We are live and rolling.
Excellent. Thank you so much. It is May 13th, 2021 at 5:01 p.m. I will call the regular board meeting to order. Of the agenda. I forgot to indicate Paul, our representatives, is at baseball practice and not available till 7. So he asked if we could put the student representative report, and I propose that we put it down with the rest of board reports. I'm sure we will still be meeting. So with that modification, is there a motion?
I move we adopt the agenda as modified.
Seconded.
Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. So the agenda is established with the modification of the student representative report. Next up, we have recognition of our National PTA Reflections Program, Washington State Student Awards, Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, and Mental Health Awareness Month. Dr. Rundle.
Thank you, President Lurie. It is an honor and a privilege to be able to bring in some of our families and most importantly, their children, our students in tonight who have been recognized and honored at the state level. And we even have some national recognitions as well. So I'd like to turn it over to our PTA Council President, Christy Seekhouse, to talk a little bit more about PTA Reflections, and then we'll do some introductions of our students and they can tell us a little bit about their projects. And just a reminder to everyone that on our website, we have links to each of the individuals' pieces of art. And art is in the broadest sense because this is both visual art, performing arts, and we have some really amazing and talented artists among us. So Christy, welcome in.
Hi, thank you. Just to give everyone a little background on the Reflections program. The Reflections program is a national PTA program that encourages and celebrates student participation in arts education. And it's a program that provides an opportunity for students to use their creative talents by submitting original work in the areas of visual arts, photography, literature, music composition, dance choreography, and film production. This year's theme was I Matter Because. I've had the opportunity to listen to and look at, watch, and read many of the student entries. And I've just been so incredibly impressed with what they've been able to create. And I'm really excited that the PTA is able to give students grades K through 12 this opportunity to express themselves artistically. And I think it's just really impressive. We have all the work that the kids submitted, and 6 state winners, and 2 of those are national.
Great. So let's begin with some introductions. What I'll do is, Ariana, you're going to go first. And what I'd like for you to do is to tell us what grade you're in, what school you attend, and then tell us a little bit about your award this year. So I'd like to introduce everyone to Ariana Zhao. She's joined tonight by her parents, Shirley Chen and Ping Zhao. So welcome in, parents, and thank you for all of your support as well. Ariana received an Outstanding Interpretation Award at the state level, and then also an Award of Merit at the national level. And she was one of our 2 national recognitions. So Ariana, welcome. Tell us a little bit about you and your project.
Hi, I'm Ariana. I'm in 4th grade, and I am in West Mercer Elementary. For my project, I did a film production, and I wrote about why I matter. Also,
anything you want to say.
Did you want to say something else, Ariana, about your project?
Mm,
You don't have to.
What kind of things you make?
mm,
I think she also played the piano in the film production.
Yes. So a composition as well as a cinematographer. So Ariana, congratulations. Tremendous award that you received. And again, for our community, please go on the website to take a look at some of their incredible work. The next student I'd like to recognize is Ava Zhang. Ava, welcome in tonight. Ava, it looks like you're joined by your mom, Yang Yang. So welcome in, Mom. Great to see you as well. Ava, tell us a little bit about your piece as well as a little more about you.
Yeah, I'm in 8th grade and I go to Islander Middle School. And mine was also a video production, and it was like a claymation about this girl, and she was really sad and she was really struggling. But then one day she decided to not like get out of bed and just decided to stay at home. But then we get to see like her impact on other people and that other people rely on her.
That's amazing. Things you learned from it. What did you learn from the process?
That claymation takes way longer than it looks.
I can imagine, having seen your project, it must have taken you a really long time, but congratulations, Ava, and amazing job there with your state award of merit as well. Would like to bring in, I think we have Nathan Payek. So welcome in, Nathan, and congratulations to you for your outstanding interpretation and your award of merit at the national level as well.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, as you've said, I'm Nathan Peck. I go to Mercer Island High School. I'm a junior there. And for Reflections, I composed a chamber piece, music composition, for a Pierrot ensemble, which has flute, clarinet, violin, cello, piano, and percussion. And kind of my idea for this piece was that it is supposed to reflect how the philosopher George Hegel kind of viewed how history works, and how it's very much the individual drive that pushes history forward. And so that I kind of connected that to the theme of why I matter.
Outstanding. Some things you learned above and beyond just the project. What else did you learn?
I learned a lot. Well, I learned a lot about Hegel's philosophy from all the research I did. It's very interesting. I recommend you check it out. As well as I also learned that writing a chamber piece for 6 instruments, which is the largest that I've ever written for, can take a long time.
Absolutely. Great dedication. Our next student, Hero Lim, who is with us tonight. And let me make sure I've got everyone. There's Hero. Are you coming in and are you with us?
Yes.
There we go. Welcome. Great to see you tonight as well. Tell us a little bit about you and your piece of art.
So I go to Islander Middle School and I'm a 7th grader, and I did a visual art about why I matter. And I wrote that I have unlimited possibility, what I can be in the future. So I can be the next president or the astronaut or something like that. So yeah, I connected that to my topic. So yeah.
Well, Hero, we look forward to helping you in that journey, but I think we probably just need to get out of the way and let you lead us. So amazing work. You also received an award of excellence from the Washington State PTA. Do we have Jingyi Yang with us tonight? I wasn't sure if I didn't see them come into the waiting room, but Jingyi was also an award of merit from the Washington State PTA.
Oh yeah, hi.
Oh, there we go. Welcome.
Oh, hello. Hi.
actually go by Alana.
You go by Alana?
So, and sorry.
I think we may have lost Alana on a connection there. Andrews, can you be looking for Alana and see if when Alana comes back in?
She's back in right now.
Great, perfect. Alana, we lost you a little bit. Will you start from the beginning?
Oh, yes, sorry. I'm outside right now, so my internet is a little bit bad. But
No
hi,
problem.
I'm Alana. I'm a junior at Mercer Island High School. And then I submitted my entry to the literature sort of section. And then so I basically wrote a poem about me and then my identity, as well as how I reflect on this prompt of like, I matter because. And then, yeah, I think I was able to explore myself and then sort of think about my place in the world as well as my worth. So, yeah.
Great. Any insights into what you might have learned above and beyond what was inside of the actual piece itself?
I think just in general for me, what I've learned is that actually for the poetry writing process, it's actually kind of different from what I expected. I think it really did come naturally once I just started writing. So I think that process of like creating a piece and then just, I don't know, sort of just self-expression was definitely one of my main takeaways.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to you on your award of merit as well. And our finalists, or our final student, is also a poet, though where Alana is in the high school. Our final award winner for the award of merit for the Washington State PTA this year was a kindergartner, Sri Vadlamanati. And I don't see Sri on tonight, but as a kindergartner, her poem was also chosen and recognized at the state level. And so, Christy, on behalf of the school district, thank you to the PTA and your leadership for organizing this, even amidst very difficult years in terms of maybe how we've done it in the past. We haven't been able to bring everyone together, but another amazing show from our students. So, Christy, you want to close it out for this section? And just congratulations to all of our students. Very impressed.
It was a little bit of a bumpy road this year with reflections with the COVID. And again, congratulations to each of our students and thank you for your creativity and your dedication. And it's a great opportunity. Thank you to the school board for letting us present these students at the school board meeting. Each of the newsletters have identified and sent out to the community the winners, and then also during our PTA Council Awards ceremony, there will be samples of the reflection artwork. So thank you so much to our students. You're incredibly talented. And we really appreciate your creativity and participation in this program.
So students and families, thanks for joining in. You're welcome to stick around for the meeting. We'll put you back into the attendee section, but we also know you might have some other things you want to do tonight, and enjoy the nice weather. So as we're moving those students out, I think it's a great opportunity for us to really kind of recognize the month of May for a couple of other reasons. And one is May is Mental Health Awareness Month. The purpose of recognizing this month, and I was certainly just reading some notations from President Biden, but the purpose of this month is to raise awareness and educate the public about mental illness, such as the nearly 20% of Americans who suffer from depression, schizophrenia, and bipolar disorder, the realities of living with these conditions, and strategies for attaining mental health and wellness. It also aims to draw attention to suicide, which can be precipitated by some mental illnesses. Additionally, Health Awareness Month strives to reduce the stigma that surrounds mental health and mental awareness. Our connection with Mercer Island Youth and Family Services continues to be an invaluable component of what we provide each and every day in our schools. We're working on partnerships to continue services this summer as part of our Learning Forward and supporting students. But the theme this year, which I think is really appropriate for so many reasons for Mental Health Awareness Month, was "You Are Not Alone." And remembering that we're all in this together, and that sometimes we might feel isolated or ashamed about mental illness, and we need to continue to break the stigma attached to that. You may have also seen in a recent letter that I had written to the community, really calling out and honoring the month of May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. This honors the many ways Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders contributed to the history and development of the United States. Asian and Pacific Islander immigrants and citizens profoundly shaped this country and continue to do so today. Nearly 25% of the students in our Mercer Island School District identify as Asian, Native Hawaiian, and/or Pacific Islander, and our district continues to benefit from the many contributions that Asian and Asian American, Pacific Islanders, and others continue to make. So at Mercer Island High School in particular, I really want to specifically call out, and we talked about this in March when we brought forward the Fundamental 5 report, but our Education Coalition for Asian American Representation and others, we have some amazing students who are calling attention to some very difficult conversations in our country. And as I alluded to in the letter, some of our students have been the unfortunate recipients of some of the hate towards Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders, especially regarding the pandemic. So we continue to stand in solidarity with them, rising up as a no place for hate in our high school, our middle school, and throughout our elementary schools. And so we are taking time as a district to think about and honor both of these important aspects of the month of May with our celebrations. So with that, I will turn it back to you, President Lurie. I think we're moving public input as well to the 6 o'clock hour, if I'm not mistaken, and our student representation, our student representatives.
It does say 6 o'clock as well. I have not been notified. In fact, I've been notified that we have not received any public input. So unless I hear soon, I imagine we will not, since we asked for it an hour ahead of the meeting. So we'll certainly give till 5 o'clock to do that, but I don't think any has come in. So we will move down to the superintendent report.
Great. Andrews, would you allow for screen sharing, please? And as you do for that, just kind of, I put in the agenda tonight, just a couple of topics. One of the aspects that I talked to President Lurie and Vice President Tucker about is really starting to try to move some of our conversations that we've had under the umbrella of superintendent report into some of our OEs, and in particular our partial governance. But there are a couple that we didn't quite make the full shift on. So tonight during this superintendent report, we're going to take some time to give you a Learning Forward update. Also update on ongoing inclusive and equitable education progress. Ty is going to provide you with some finance and budget updates, and then Aaron will close it out with some staffing updates as well. So if I could, I'm going to go ahead inside of the board agenda tonight. You'll see 2 of the presentations already in there. I'm going to begin with the board update for our just general progress. So I'll share my screen for those at home who want to follow along. As we're looking towards next year, something we've talked about here at the board table and that you've had conversations are, really that full commitment towards the full schedules. And I've written about that in community messages. Superintendent Koloski, prior to her leave, had also shared that, we have a shared goal of moving our school district forward into the fall with schools that are fully open. News today gives me, even more assurance that this is going to happen. And we'll talk a little bit about some of that news here in a moment. We've also set some priorities for next year with continuing the values of our school district, which are safe and supportive learning settings, our commitment to the whole child, and of course, the inclusive and equitable opportunities for all students. I had a chance to meet with our MIEA president, Sally Lozier, about a week and a half ago. We discussed these very topics, and as I alluded to in the message to the community, she too, along with the associations that she represents, share a very similar list of priorities. We know that this year has shaped us in many ways and will shape education, but returning to as many days per week as being 5 days per week and full schedules, we know is the best for teaching and learning. Our Learning Forward teams continue to meet and are ramping back up. The Mercer Island High School team, IMS team, and the elementary team will be using especially the outlay today from the Department of Health to really start thinking about things such as programming for lunch, specialists, recess, thinking about assemblies, and other larger gatherings, and what we can and can't do. So we're moving full steam ahead on those, as well as finishing the year strong. And so turning towards that Department of Health, today has been a very busy day in the world of health. The Department of Health here in Washington released the fall guidance that's been heavily anticipated or much anticipated. And no sooner had they released their guidance than I'm sure that everyone had seen the CDC's announcements today, which in many ways affirmed the DOH, but in some ways contradicted the DOH. And so I think we're already going to start seeing revisions to our Department of Health coming soon, would be my prediction. But there were several broad categories for us to all be aware of. First off, in the DOH fall guidance was just the notion of face coverings. They're still listed as mandatory in 21-22 within schools. We will see how that's shaped and changed by the CDC and what they were recommending today. With regard to ventilation, there weren't any significant changes. In fact, if anything, there's some specific things that we've already done, which have been affirmed as part of this year in our ongoing efforts. Where we saw a little bit of relaxation in terms of the guidance was in the area of cleaning and disinfecting, particularly with the use of foggers and other electrostatic cleaners and such, and those no longer being deemed necessary nor useful at this time. So we'll be looking closely at those. The physical distancing, there's still some 3 and 6 foot recommendations out there. We are parsing out what they mean by those, but much of what we already have in place this year will continue next year, pending obviously other guidance that we may receive. None of that is a barrier that I see right now to opening our schools with the full schedule next year. There was some discussion in the document around hand washing and overall respiratory etiquette, and our nurses were discussing this today, thinking about ways that we can promote some community messaging as well as back to school information, particularly around respiratory etiquette and what we can do to keep ourselves healthy, not just from COVID-19, but just healthy in general. Extracurricular activities probably continues to be the most complex area, particularly with the performing arts. So we'll be paying particular attention to that. And then of note, what was left out of the guidance was any reference to attestations. They're going to be working through those components. Let me kind of stop there. Any questions from the board on what we're hearing already from DOH or or others? Moving along then.
I just want to, if I could, I just want to emphasize, there's, I think, a misunderstanding, and I think it's going to be made clearer, and I think we just need to continue with the message that while the face covering rules are changing in the community outside of schools, they are not changing with regards to in schools and at school functions, all sporting events, regardless of where they are. So there's been some confusion on that. And I think that it would be great if the district could continue that messaging that any school event, masks are required.
Absolutely. And I'll add on to that as well, that just a reminder that the CDC is not ultimately the governing agency for our school district. It is the Washington State Department of Health. And so even with some of the contradictory or conflicting information, it's what the Department of Health has out there as far as what we've been following. So kind of putting those together.
Thank you.
The vaccine clinic, it's ready to go. As you've seen, hopefully in the messaging we've put out there, really want to thank Costco, the many volunteers. We're already full from our community who've stepped up to volunteer. I think we have 2 shifts ready to go this Saturday at Mercer Island High School. And then special thanks to Carla Rimmer, Tony Kuhn, and Aaron Battersby, who really worked behind the scenes. And literally within 48 hours had this pulled together in partnership with Costco. So we learned on Monday we were a selected site, partnered with Costco. And as you saw, by Wednesday we had saved the dates, or by Tuesday we had saved the dates. And by last night we were able to sign up. So a great opportunity for our community. And just thank you to everyone involved. We're also working, and we've ordered test kits, and they've arrived for the Binax Now, the rapid antigen test. We will be able to test symptomatic students as long as we have parental consent. And where we really see this as a benefit is possibly being able to reduce the impact on other students, speed up our contact tracing, and ultimately get students back in school or keep students in school who otherwise may have to quarantine for days and then up to weeks. And so we'll be rolling that out as early as this year and then on into next year as well. So a couple of great opportunities spearheaded by our nurses. Continue to remind everyone that we as a school district, we have a lot of agency over things that we do, but we can't do it alone. It takes all of these entities working together as we're moving forward. Just a quick update to the board about free and reduced lunch and really to our community. I raised this with the PTA yesterday and the PTA council. I'll be consulting with some other groups on the island, but the free and reduced lunch offered is going to continue through the 21-22 school year. So this year, all students across our school district have the option of receiving that free lunch through this program. What we need to make some decisions on is as we bring our students back full time, I think our elementary, it makes perfect sense to continue much of what we already offer as part of the nutrition services options can stay in place and students can have free access to free meals next year. I think in our middle school, we can be likely to participate for the same reason. But the high school is a little bit different because if we choose to participate in the high school as well, it can have some implications for DECA and others who sell and vend food before and after school, because there are strict hours that we have to abide by in terms of when we can or can't sell food outside of offering what is free in the high school. The other question we have on our minds is, it really limits the type of food that we can offer. For instance, the sandwich bar is something that couldn't be offered if we choose to go with the free meal program at the high school. I've heard from some families that the students aren't that impressed with the offerings as part of the free option, and many are choosing to leave campus and they're ending up eating at McDonald's and some of the other establishments on the island, which sounds okay here and there. but there are some families who are concerned about that. So we're going to have continued conversations with Chartwells. It's a great opportunity to have an equity conversation in our community and really talk about the pros and cons of this. But I just wanted the board to be aware because it's something we're going to have to continue to discuss operationally. So let me kind of stop there. Any questions before I go into kind of the last update section?
Yeah, I had a question, which is before the pandemic, how was free and reduced lunch handled at the high school?
So all of our students who receive free and reduced lunch at the high school, they do receive the free lunch. So if they're eligible, we were providing free lunch, and that would continue regardless of what decision we make. I think the complicating factor is, I think we probably have families and students who may not qualify for free lunch or haven't signed up. And what happens for those families who are kind of in between? And how do we make sure that they can access meals through the school on a free basis? So Chartwells right now, they pick up the cost of all of our free and reduced lunch students at the high school. If we were to open it up to others who may not qualify federally, but we still want to provide, we could look to other sources such as the Schools Foundation, our PTAs, and other avenues. So there are some ideas on the table, but it's really the main concern are really those students who economically have been impacted or their families have due to the pandemic or just because of recent circumstances, and they may not be free and reduced lunch qualified, but they still may have a need.
Thank you.
So the last little bit, as far as just general updates, is providing the board and the community with an update on our surveys. Taking you back to March, just contextually, we had reached out to our families who had left the school district, whether or not those, and it was the 270 students and their families who had left the district or that did not return for this year, as well as our My Online students and homeschool families. And so you can kind of see the responses. We had 127 responses to this and covering kind of a wide range of choices that they made this year. But what's really significant as a reminder is that when we asked them that if the school district were to reopen on a full schedule next year, which is coming up this fall, would they return to one of our 6 schools? And you can see that 60% of the family said they would come back. And that has been a driver for us to continue thinking about how do we reopen our schools, not just for the students who are here, but to attract our families back who may have left and made other choices. So then we started our new survey recently, just posted last Thursday. So in a week, we have almost 2,700 student responses on that survey, which is fantastic. And I wanted to just call attention to some of the results that we're seeing. First off, we have almost 92% of our respondents saying they're coming back next year. And that's fantastic news for us that they're seeing the pathway forward. We have about 3% here who've said yes, but we'd like to also think about My Online. And within that 3%, you'll see some of the breakdown here in a moment. We have about another 3% who said they're undecided at this time. When I broke that down, the undecided really has to do with so the health concerns and not quite sure. And that was about half of those respondents. There were some who said, and it was about a quarter of that 3% who said, you know what, I don't really trust that the district is going to actually come back. And so they're just worried a little bit about that. And then there were some other answers. And then there's about 3% who said they're not coming back. That isn't atypical. In a typical year, we lose a certain percentage of students, but obviously we gain a certain amount of students as well, which has contributed to our flat or even increasing enrollment several years ago. So when we looked at the no, again, we have some who had said, and it's only about a quarter of that 3% who said they're not coming back because of a lack of trust. Others are moving out of state, moving out of the country. So we had different reasons why people were choosing not to come back. When we looked at our students who said we'd be interested in My Online, we have about a quarter who aren't sure, they're just thinking about it. About a quarter who said the full-time My Online would work for them, and about half here who had said that they just would like to look at some partial enrollments with My Online. This was the graph I was referring to in terms of why families wouldn't return. Some are heading for private schools because of lack of confidence there, that 18%. But you can see the large choice was actually private school just for personal reasons of that 3%. So it's not a large number, but we certainly have some who are choosing other options. When we asked families around their concerns and where's their level of concern regarding academics, you can kind of see that we have a larger concern for academics than not. Not entirely surprising, but we're continuing to think about the road forward, and that it's also about thinking about our social connections for our students. You can see it's even a little bit higher here in terms of that connection, that families are really concerned about social connection and wanting schools to be open for that. And then we also asked about the emotional and mental well-being, and this is a little bit more spread across, but I think it really speaks to our overall core value of the whole child, and that our community is also concerned about the whole child. So then the last one I'd like to show you tonight is just the final question, which is that we asked for those who have students who are participating for in-person learning, in what ways did their child or did their children benefit? And you can see that social interaction with peers leads the way with 92% there. The emotional stability that school offers, 3/4 there, and then above 80% for the academics. So I think we're on the right track. Opening our schools is really the right thing that we need to be focused on, and we will continue to press forward on that. So before I leave from this portion of the superintendent report and move on to the next, general reactions, comments, questions.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you to all the families out there who filled the survey in so quickly. I know, especially if you have multiple kids, you have to do it one at a time. So I appreciate people getting that done because it's helpful to have those numbers already.
You bet.
And my thank you goes to our district leadership in terms of being able to really collect the data that we need in terms of planning forward. So thank you for doing that. I saw other hands too.
So with the percentage, Fred, it's kind of hard to see, our numbers, when we talk about like 20 students, it has such a budget impact for us when we have a small district. So for maybe the next meeting, can we break that down to actual from the percentage to seeing what it really means in the number of students? And I know that we did surveys, but have you thought about reaching out specifically to those who are saying that they might not come back and asking the reason why? Because I really feel like for a small school district, 10, 20, 30 students have a huge impact in budget. And during this time, I think it would be great if we could do everything to make sure that we understand the reason why, and if there's anything we can do to make them more confident to return.
The benefit of the way we wrote the survey is that we can target not just individuals, but we can also look at those percentage breakdowns by school, by grade, and really focus some of that. So the survey is set to close on Friday. So tomorrow we'll probably leave it open over the weekend just for any last minute families to be able to answer. I'd rather be more inclusive than not. And then we'll be able to break that down. I'm already intending, and I've got some draft letters to the families who responded, for example, on the My Online component. I'd like to invite them to a webinar where we can talk to them, hear a little bit more about their expectations. And so, yes, those discussions are underway.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Just for clarity, normally on Mercer Island, we have students who are going to other schools anyway on any given year. The survey was only sent out to students who at one point were enrolled in MISD and are now making their decisions. Is that correct?
Yes, it was sent to all current families in the school district from our incoming kindergartners. So we sent it to families who would not have quite even started in the district, all the way through our 11th graders this year, thinking about the projections for next year.
Yeah, so it's a little bit more serious when somebody decides to leave the district, I guess, in this case. So that's also helpful. So I'd agree with Tam's point. If we could do which sounds like you're doing, the webinars and the additional outreach just to sample and see what we can do. So thank you very much. This is really immersive work into the data. So much appreciated. Appreciated.
I was just going to throw in a thank you for the numbers at the Region 2 WASDA meeting. The question came up regarding return rates and what we were kind of anticipating, and I wasn't able to answer that question at the time. So it's great to have this data that I can share it with our partners regionally and across the state. And 60% is a really positive outlook. We want to see it improve, but 60% is an excellent place to start from. So thank you for sharing this.
You bet. Yeah, we feel the same. If we can bring back, 60% or even 50% of what we lost, and then hang on to even those undecideds and the My Onlines, then we're really only down 3% of our current students. And that doesn't take into account what Ty factors in for just new families moving in, because we're already attracting and enrolling new families for next year who just haven't started yet. So we're scrambling and tracking it more closely than ever this year in terms of the ins and outs and the why.
That's really interesting because, we've got, and now that people always move out of the district, right? But people are moving in too. So we see the numbers that are going down. They just haven't gone back up yet. So.
Yep.
Thank you.
Andrews, would you promote, if you haven't done so already, Sue Ann and Jamie and Nova, please? And as they're coming in, would like to provide an update to our board and our community to some of the work that continues to transpire, especially around our work in the space of inclusive schooling. And so I'll just kind of kick it off. Just a quick quote from one of our practitioners who's come alongside us this year and will be with us next year. When inclusive education is fully embraced, we abandon the idea that children have to become normal in order to contribute to the world. And so really thinking about that shift away from labels, and that we can all have our differences and we don't necessarily have to call those out. But in a UDL sense, in our universally designed learning environments, thinking about where are our edges and then how do we make space for everyone inside of that. So this quote this week caught my attention there. Jamie and Nova, let me turn it over to you to talk a little bit about some of the progress we've made, or even the pause that we've made in the elementary high cap update. And then Sue Ann, you can go into the section on special services.
Great. So based on feedback and input and much reflection, we have just put a pause. And I know that it came out in the newsletter on Monday, I believe, to families, that just explains we're waiting to get all the data. So we currently have the COGAT data from our universal testing of our second graders, and then those who opted, whether from private school or off grade level, so any grade between 3 and 8, who were wanting to test. We've got the COGAT data back, and we are waiting on the Torrance data, and that data should be back to us. We were promised it by the 21st. So there was a slight delay, but we're getting it on the 21st. And then Nova, who leads the multidisciplinary committee, will then convene that committee the following week and review the data. We'll then share that back. We've got a meeting scheduled on the 24th with our highly capable advisory again. We met this past Thursday. We meet again on the 24th, and we'll then begin talking about what appropriate services based on the needs that have been identified will look like, and move from there. Nova, you want to add anything?
I guess I would just add that, we've kind of been monitoring demographics and proportionality of identification thus far in the first phase, and it looks relatively good. And we were concerned about it just because of the removal of what we were using as our previous mechanism to even things out, but it's looking really good so far. So that's good news.
And Nova, is that race and ethnicity as well as gender?
Yep, and gender, and then also services like EL, special ed, 504, things like that.
Great.
When you say looking good, can you explain that?
Yeah, so typically our numbers for, let's use gender as a good example, are previously in years past, so when they first started the program, they were having a pretty big difference in the males and female ratio in the program. So when I first started teaching in the program, I had 2 girls in my class across all of my classes that were highly capable. So since then, they implemented the matrix in an effort to even that out, and it did even it out. And it was around, it wasn't always 50-50, but it was pretty darn close. So sometimes 47 point, and then, 53 or whatever. So they've been pretty close. And this year it is the same as it's been in previous years, very close to what it's been in previous years. So that's good news. The one area that continues to plague us, I think, in proportionality across the board is students on IEPs. And so that's a thing that I think we're continuing to look at, and how are we best assessing students to ensure that they could also have the potential to qualify, because we know that students with disabilities don't necessarily mean that they aren't as well gifted. So yeah, we need to monitor that more closely, but the other areas are very similar. So if we have 3% of those kids who are receiving English language development services, then about 3% qualified-ish across the board. So it's been pretty good.
Can I just ask, are you guys also comparing this year versus previous years, or will you be comparing to see as a little bit of a gauge of where students are at in terms of their academic progress?
Yeah, so we're actually looking at monitoring longitudinal data on these students as we move forward. And so we're working with Homeroom, our data tracking mechanism that we use to kind of repository of sorts to keep all of our data. And so we're working with them to kind of design something that might help us monitor the progress of those students using things like the state assessment and any other assessments that go into Homeroom. And then we'll also be looking at previous cohorts as well to see how they are comparatively speaking.
That's great. Thank you.
With respect to high cap goals, I mean, there's clearly a definition around high cap for high academic achievement, or and an expectation around that. How does that compare to the inclusive educational experience goal? The academic standards and the academic rigor and the academic challenges were also expectations.
So I'll start, maybe Nova or Fred will want to jump in. I would say that our aim is to provide challenging and rigorous learning for all students. And however that plays out, whether it's acceleration in some areas or enrichment in areas, I think the goal would be for all students to experience that enrichment and have opportunities. Part of why we were looking to shift the service delivery model was really because right now, the way that we provide highly capable services is really in a holistic approach. And so maybe that's the incorrect word, but we serve students based on qualifying for all needs. So they have to qualify in reading, they have to qualify in math. And so if they are perhaps talented in math, but not in literacy, then they potentially don't qualify for the program. And so our teachers do a fabulous job of meeting their needs then in their classrooms. But we wanted to find opportunities to provide that rigor and those opportunities for students who might be gifted in certain areas. There's 6 different areas of gifted and talented. And so we want to make sure that we're not limiting students to just or having to be qualified in reading or literacy and numeracy in order to receive services.
I appreciate wanting to extend the program to be a broader group of people, a broader group of students. But, you know, when we talk about gifted students, the expectation in some ways is kind of off the charts on multiple, you know, axes. And so that's what HiCap was defined as, and that's what HiCap was set up for, was my understanding. And so how do we intend to preserve that? You know, it's maybe perhaps a standard deviation above in terms of expectations or curriculum delivered or acceleration across the spectrum, math, science, English, you know, that is the definition of HiCap. And how does that survive, or is that no longer a goal?
So I think part of it is we currently have between 19 and 21% of our students qualifying. And I think there's a conflation between academically talented and gifted. You know, I think based on our community and the education of parents and outside influences, I do think that we would trend higher than the national norm of about 3% for truly gifted and talented. But to be at 19 to 21%, and by the time we get to middle school, we're pushing 30%. And so that is an indicator that we've got really smart kids. We've got kids who are academically very talented. And we actually spent a year and a half as the HiCap advisory talking about the difference between academically talented and truly gifted. And so it'll be interesting to see what the data comes back as we've incorporated the Torrance assessment and kind of refigured how we do the identification process, really trying to capture the information about students who are gifted, who meet that threshold that you're talking about, Director D'Souza, that need something different, unique, much like a special service, you know, an individual plan, versus students who are very academically talented, they're motivated, and they want challenge, they want acceleration, they want compacting, and meeting those needs in a variety of different areas. Nova or Fred, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I just want to add that, you know, a lot of this movement comes out of the review that we did in 2018. And one of the things we heard loud and clear from every single focus group and every single population was that we weren't identifying the right students, right? And I use that word just because that's what people said. But in that, they're talking precisely what you're saying, right? That there's a smaller population that are truly gifted and that those students may need something different. The other students might be talented in a particular area, but not all areas. And one of the biggest complaints or frustrations of families and students was that I might be really talented in the reading elements or the verbal elements of the highly capable testing, but not the math elements. That was certainly me as a kid. I was not great at math. And so those are the kinds of things that I think we were truly doing a disservice to students by not helping support those students in some way. So our hope through the Highly Capable Advisory Committee's advice was to layer in these new assessments or layer in the way we're doing it now, the process, making it a little bit different so that we can identify those points. What are the points where students are talented? And then what are who are the students that may need something more or different? And then how do we serve all of those students in a better way, in a more inclusive way?
And the only thing I would just do is, you know, I think the broad umbrella is really a shift from, are we offering a program that students are in and out of, or are we offering services to students that they receive based on their own needs? And, you know, what we shared in March about that long-term vision, and I think in some ways, if I'm being, you know, reflectively honest around, you know, were we really talking about maybe a vision that could take 3 to 5 years? In some ways, probably. I think that's why we've slowed down a little bit to say, well, what can it look like next year? And there have been some community members who have said, well, does that mean that you are going to have separate segregated classrooms, or is that going away completely? And I think what we wanted to do was message to you tonight as a board, but also to the broader community who we've also shared the same presentation with, and will continue, as you'll see in a slide here in a moment, around future communication. And that is, you know, let's pause, slow down, take a look at the student data. After all, the students should drive our decisions anyway. Let's see where we might have clusters of students or groups. If it makes sense to create a class, we can. If it is appropriate to cluster students, we can. But let's be nimble to the services they need, not creating a specific program that kids either have to get into or they're rejected from.
So if I can go off on David, when you mentioned about the difference in how people see high cap, it makes me think that as we're moving forward, and I'm so thankful that you all are listening to the feedback, and during this time, I do think it's a good decision to pause, to look at all the data. And it seems like because right now as a community, we have still very different understanding of, what does high cap mean? And how do we preserve services and maintain for those who need something different, who are gifted? And it sounds like, but I think we need to clarify to folks that it sounds like, and we are doing and more to, expand accelerated learning for more students in very specific, areas that they are maybe excel in. And so I think that's amazing, wonderful, but being able to kind of educating the community that we're not losing anything, but we're just adding more. And I wonder if, this is all probably depending on budget and, the amount of work we all have to do next year. But since we're already doing this momentum and the administration have been doing such a hard work in getting things ready, and how do we take a pause, but how do we maintain some of the momentum and taking some of your ideas and putting it into the general classrooms? I wonder if there has been some of those conversation of kind of trying out some of the strategies that people really love in the current high cap programs and putting it into other classrooms.
I think that's the beauty of what we have in front of us, and the opportunity is, even if let's say we're not full steam and we don't get to that far-reaching vision where we don't have any special education classrooms, we don't have any highly capable classrooms, it's just classrooms, that's down the road. But I think Director Din, we're right with you that it doesn't stop us from bringing in the training next year, because our kindergarten, first and second grade classrooms, they've already been operating in this model in many ways already. And so how do we take what they've learned, give them some professional resources, as well as beginning with our third grade teachers, and start to really build this model. But I also would be remiss not to mention, I was in a conversation with one of our instructional coaches at the high school just this week, and we were reflecting on the year, and the coach was sharing that they already have plans to do some work in UDL this summer, and they've got a cadre of teachers who they're going to be working with at the high school around UDL. So it is full steam ahead in terms of inclusion and thinking about it. It just might be a little different and maybe slower in terms of building all of the infrastructure and capacity for us to do things and to do it well. And if we can't provide the services that we've been providing now to certain students, then let's keep that model in place until we can. And I think that's the step back that we've taken to make sure we're all coming on board. I think it's a great segue too to Sue-Ann join into the conversation, because what I'm thrilled about the conversation is we're talking about including all learners. And in many systems that we've seen or even heard from, it's, well, we're going to include, inclusion is for everyone except for, and then it's except for either high cap students or maybe except for students with the most profound needs. But for us, we're saying inclusion is inclusion is inclusion. And if we're going to really say that we're going to move towards inclusion, then we need to think about all students. So Sue-Ann, you want to talk a little bit about the work that continues to go on in special services?
Yes, so this year, it really is a language shift. And our focus is that students are not their disabilities. So we do not want to hear that autistic student or the PLP student or the COMPASS student or that student with EBD. We want to make sure, because students are so much more, and students can be gifted and talented and still have a disability or suffer from mental illness or live with autism. And so we want to make sure we are honoring the student and all of their unique needs and variabilities in their learning. And so we're really going to work hard this year on a language shift. So for instance, a student might be getting academic services in reading, writing, and math. A student might be receiving adaptive services, and that's like independent living, transition services, self-care instruction. But the student does not need to be labeled by a program name in order to receive those services. The staff still remain. And so our focus is on how we call students, and then how we serve students, and making sure we're serving them just like we've always been, according to their IEPs. And so the IEP team still determines the supports. The gen ed teacher is still there, is still part of each of those meetings, and we are not universally modifying anything. So we honor every individual IEP, and we're still going to honor that. No student is going to have an IEP that was 30% gen ed and automatically go to 100%. That's not inclusion. Individualized education is still going to happen for all of our students. And the integrity of the IEP process will remain the same. And we're very proud of that.
So go ahead.
Can I just jump in to say, if as you're thinking about language shifts, I would love to hear that we're making a shift away from the term high cap at some point. I don't have any suggestions as to what should replace it, but we would never say some students are low cap. We really shouldn't say that some students are high cap, because what does that say about all the other students? You would never say to like your own children or to a group of their friends, well, you're very capable. The rest of you, I mean, so just as you're changing the language from, services to program, from programs to services, I suspect that a language shift will happen naturally, just as you figure out how you're going to be delivering services to kids that they need in their home schools. Like, I suspect it'll kind of happen organically, but I, for one, will embrace it when that change comes, whatever it is. Thank you.
For anybody who would like to bring forth name ideas, we are all ears.
Services, for the services. They're getting extensions. So Jamie and I and Learning Services have put together some ongoing communication for engagement. For special services, which is the second bullet point, we've already met with all of our groups. So right now, the families that are currently labeled PLP that get adaptive services, we've met with them at a small group. We've met with ATP, the Adult Transition Program. We met with ECSE, and we met with the students in resource. So we've already explained to them how the names are shifting, but it doesn't shift their individual IEP. So we've had small group open forums with each of those individual groups. What we haven't done yet is communicated more broadly to all of the staff, which we are working on. And we have done that through, there was a newsletter that came out to the staff, but we are working on a more broader communication. But we targeted the families who are receiving the services now first. Jamie?
We are planning, it was going to be late May, but because of the delay in getting the Torrance scores back, we are going to aim for mid to late June once the multidisciplinary committee convenes. And then we have time to meet with the highly capable advisory committee. So after those next two pieces come in, we plan to have a community forum or webinar of some sort to gain some community input. We've received much input and feedback over the course of the last 6 weeks, but we will continue to engage and really try to provide a forum where we talk about the data, we share the information, and we really elicit some information and feedback from community members. So that'll be mid to late June. The date is not selected yet. We want to make sure that we receive those scores before we set that final date. We're also looking to revamp what's currently the highly capable website with additional information. On March 25th, we had posted the video and information. You'll see that that's been taken down as we are in our phase of pause with some new information along with the feedback form. So if anybody has feedback, there's a link to the feedback form to give us some information. And then as we continue, Fred, I forget what the third bullet was. We've got
Our
forums.
survey, we'll continue to take a look at the survey and the information that we have from that. And so even tomorrow, we're meeting as a learning services team to start working on some of the things that Jamie was just talking about with the website, but also looking at the survey and getting a better sense of what are some of the needs that our community has to understand more. So incorporating that into all of our future presentations.
And another one that might be interesting is UDL and inclusive education. They seem to be synonyms, I'm gathering. But how is that working in, how are we progressing and rolling it out inside a gen ed classroom? So I assume we're going to be doing training and that type of work, and how is that happening? And I think that's where some of the uncertainty lies. Is it's a new concept for people. It's hard to understand and hard to grasp. And how do we get our community comfortable that it actually works?
And part of the June 24th study session for the board study session, we will devote towards that in terms of making sure that you're also a part of that learning. So we're going to be, we're working with some of our practitioners to join us for that, to do some board work, as well as for us to have a chance to have those exact discussions. And then that will go right into the August and right into next year with our professional development. So absolutely. So lots of information there. I know it's about 6:08. President Lurie, I don't know if this is a time where you want to take a break, or Ty has an update on the budget now that that's becoming clearer, and then rounding it out with Aaron, who's going to provide us with just a short staffing update.
Should we just push forward with the rest of this and then we can talk about a break? Not seeing any objection, so let's do that. So
Ty. And as Ty is bringing up his presentation, Ty and I have been talking quite a bit, and we've been talking in what we're calling our mini cabinet until Donna returns. Then we'll have our major cabinet back again. But with Aaron, Ty, and myself, we've been talking about the many different ways that we've heard interpretations come forth about the budget and the budget implications. And knowing that you have an agenda item later on tonight with some monitoring, especially around OE7, I really talked to Ty, and we went back and forth about, really wrapping this into the fund balance conversation too. So some of this is to front load you with some information to help you with that conversation too, given, the robust conversation you also had around fund balance at the last meeting. So Ty, you want to kick it off?
Yes, just validating that you can see the slides.
Got them.
All right. Before I jump in, I do have two updates really quick that we need to throw out. One, going back to the nutrition services conversation about the high school and those students that fall into the gray area of not being on free reduced, but not being fully stable. I just want to remind everyone in the community and the board that we will never turn a student away from a lunch. It's within our purview and our best interest, and it's a policy that we have that we will never turn a student away from a basic meal. And they may not have all the bells and whistles and snacks, but we will provide for them and we will watch out for the whole child. The second is really quick, and we'll be getting more information. The risk pool has come out with the rates for next year. We are looking at a 20% increase. So as we get more information from the risk pool, I'll let you know. But jumping in to the exciting world that is school finance right now, because it's never a dull moment. Tonight, we're going to do just a quick overview of what's happened this year, some historical context of where we're coming into this situation, the state biennium budget, and the implications for what the district is looking at, and then what is it going to do to our budget, what's it going to do to our fund balance, and what are we looking at for next year in terms of some of the thinking revolving around the budgeted funds. So just a reminder, and we'll go through these quickly, but with the enrollment loss due to the pandemic, state funding came in significantly lower than we had budgeted. When we came back to the board in November and December, the recommendation was that we could carry on with the staffing plan that we had, and the board supported that. And we made that decision, to continue to support students in remote learning, but also with the hopes and expectations that we would be able to bring the students back into the building, and we would need those staff for physical distancing purposes. So the decision was made to carry on, follow the plan. Part of that discussion was a recognition of what it would do to our ending fund balance. We would dip below that policy set for a minimum of 8% and target to 10%. And there was also an expectation given to us as staff that we would come up with a plan on how to return the district to our policy limits. As we're looking at next year, and as we talked about a little bit ago, enrollment forecasting, we're still coming in pretty close to where we are this year. We're still looking at a fairly flat. We might see a slight increase, but we're not getting back to where we were pre-pandemic. We were already starting to see a slight decline, and the pandemic just took the gas out of the wind out of the sails and took us down. Because we're still looking at a flat enrollment model where we're seeing a comparably similar number of students, we have to make adjustments to staffing. The staffing model that we had this year is unsustainable moving forward as we were looking at how we were planning to reduce fund balance. Because we weren't able to plan, we didn't have time to react, and we needed the staff to be able to meet the physical distancing and learning requirements this year. We didn't have that time to plan. We do have time to plan this year for the 21-22 school year. So as we were looking at the plan, we made the recommendations to reduce staffing. The board agreed with us. We're moving forward with that. The legislative effects that have been happening that we now have a full context of because the budget's been approved and the legislative session is over. But throughout the entirety of the legislative session, and even before the session started, districts and our partners, WASA, WASDA, WASBO, we all were working with our legislative representatives and ledge staff to let them know what the impacts were, to let them know what things are going on in the districts and what we're looking at in terms of stability and viability moving forward. And a number of bills were introduced. And throughout the entire legislative session, it was a convoluted and sometimes confusing process of how bills would pass from one house and back, and things would be added, and then entire bills would be gutted. And there was no certainty or true understanding of what the legislative intent was until the very last day of the session, when they had to produce a budget so they'd be out 24 hours before it was voted on. And once it was finally voted and adopted, it took multiple organizations, so OSPI, WASBO, WASDA, well over a week. And these are organizations that work intimately with the state budget. They know how to do it. They can turn it around in a day in a normal year. We're still waiting for information from OSPI. It's been 3 weeks. Currently, it's the WASBO conference this week, and we listened to TJ Kelly talk about the state budget, and there's still information that they're trying to put together as to what some of those finer details of the state budget are. So we're still getting information. We're still working on what it does all mean, but we have a lot more clarity now in terms of what we're going to be receiving from the state. And we're looking at receiving a good chunk of enhanced funding from state and federal stabilization to help our students and to help address our recovery efforts. And there's 2 buckets of funding that we're looking at. Any questions at this point? Good. Okay. There's two.
Director Janini does.
Just a point of clarification, and maybe I'm wrong. I understood that we were provided enrollment stabilization for this year as our apportionment was protected for this year for the basic education, but where we did not receive the stabilization was in transportation. And so we spent down the fund balance in order to focus areas there. But it was my understanding that our apportionment for the 2020-21 school year was stabilized for us. It was the additional costs associated with COVID that were then being reimbursed through ESSER and the funds you were about to talk about. But next year's enrollment is not protected outside of levy and a little bit of help in transportation. But I just wanted to clarify that we were protected for our enrollment this year. We were able to use the old last year's enrollment numbers for this year, but that sunsets and goes away for next year. Am I correct in that?
Mostly, yes. So our enrollment is, when we're looking at and I'll get to numbers in a little bit, but by and large, we are getting stabilization for our enrollment. The state did come up with some calculation to give us some apportionment stabilization, what we would have gotten if we had gotten a full complement of students. We are receiving transportation stabilization. So there is transportation dollars that we will be receiving. There is state matching dollars for ESSER. So that's another bucket. We're getting levy stabilization for the 2022 levy. That's a separate bucket. And then there's the whole nebulous cloud of ESSER. That's going to be really fun to deal with. So there's a lot of different components, but our enrollment stabilization, our budget was given some enhancements this year. So I'll break that out in a couple minutes. And one important thing that we need to make sure that we talk about as we're talking about all of these different buckets of funds is that they're all one-time dollars. None of this carries over. The federal dollars are one-time dollars. The state stabilization dollars are one-time dollars. The levy stabilization is one-time dollars. And so while it looks awesome, there's going to be some things that we have to really dig deep and consider as we're planning moving forward.
And Ty, just one clarification. I know how you're using the word carryover, but it might be confusing to others. So some of the money can carry over, but what you're saying is it's not going to continue funding in the future.
Yes.
So we might be able to carry over some of the unspent money. And as you can see down below in your bullet point there's a 30-month window here. What you mean by one-time money or one-time allocations is we're not going to get these in the future. So once we get a bucket of money, that's the money and it's not going to continue. So just to clarify.
Yes, it is the state's enrollment, transportation, and levy stabilization and the ESSER enhancement from the state ESSER. Those are one-time allocations of funds for us to spend that we can essentially hold on to until we spend it. The ESSER dollars are reimbursement dollars. They're one-time reimbursements. So we have to spend money out. Then we submit a grant application, we get the money back. So that's where it's coming. And when we start looking at fund balance, and we talk about fund balance, we don't put the ESSER dollars in our fund balance because it's a reimbursement.
So if we look at this slide, then we have the federal dollars there, and then we have the state dollars, as you just talked about. And remembering that the ESSER federal dollars were based off of Title I formula. And so there's a number of districts like Mercer Island where we are not as heavily funded by Title I. And so that's where a lot of the state dollars that Ty's going to talk about next were provided to districts like ours to kind of make that up. So, yep, here's the state dollars. Go ahead.
So the state dollars, the enrollment stabilization was a recognition that districts were adversely impacted by enrollment loss. So our apportionment dollars were cut earlier in the year. So as we are moving towards the end of the year, we'll still see more funding come to us. What the enrollment stabilization, how that works is they took the loss from what we had last year versus what we have currently, and then subtracted ESSER 2. It's a lot of the math is convoluted, and we can talk. Anybody can email me and ask me questions, and I'll spend a lot of time giggling happily as we discuss finance. But for the purpose of the conversation, they took enrollments and pulled out some of the federal dollars. Transportation, they looked at the difference between what we had received for 1920, what we have this year, cut it in half, and we got half of it. The state ESSER 4 is that the difference between what we as a non-title district is receiving in ESSER dollars per student, and if it's less than $500 per student, we get that difference between ESSER and the $500. So that's where how that comes in. It's very similar in its intention and application to the ESSER dollars. It's intended to be used to help stabilize districts to be able to provide physical distancing staff, PPE, districts that need to upgrade their air handling systems. It's intended to be used in a like manner to ESSER.
So Ty, for those of us who don't live in your world all the time, let me see if I can clarify, and you can tell me if this is accurate. Because ESSER 1, 2, and 3 from the federal government was not going to be enough for districts like ours because of our Title I status, the state stepped in and said, we will give you a $500 per student kind of stimulus to make you a little bit more equivalent to some of these other districts to help you with recovery efforts. Is that what you were just saying?
Yeah.
So the trick on that, though, I think, is that there were a number of different dollar figures that were thrown around of whether or not that would be $1,500 or $1,000 per student or $500 per student in terms of that bucket. But there's still another bucket of money provided for stabilization as well. Is that correct? So there's this plus another. And I know that WASDA has also talked a little bit about that, Director Janini Upton.
Well, I was going to say, so the floor of 500 per student provided by the state, that's what we bump up against, and the state will match the difference between the ESSER dollars and the 500. So the state
is providing that subtraction.
$230 per student, not $500 per student.
Right. Which is what that subtraction figure is that Ty was talking about. So I just wanted to make sure it gets really confusing quickly, and you know, the total dollar figures when they're all in, that will be what's most important. But yeah.
All right. So as we're talking about the two separate buckets, right? You have the federal dollars, you have your state dollars. The state dollars, the enrollment, the transportation, and the state ESSER floor, the difference between ESSER and the $500, that will come between May and August of this year. So we will be seeing money, a significant chunk of money come in at the end of May. We'll see another chunk of money come in July, and then a smaller chunk in August.
And this is, I think that's a really important point, in kind of just speaking to those bottom points there, that if you recall, as we provide you in the monthly reports, or every now and then Ty provided, where we see those spikes in April and October in our budgets, because that's when we do levy collections, we're going to see kind of this artificial spike again, because money that's intended to be spent for next year as part of recovery is going to show up this year. So those bottom two bullet points is we're going to see a skew in our fund balance a little bit. But we have to remember that that skew is intended for recovery in the following year, and that we shouldn't be too excited about that as far as restoring fund balance. We still spent a chunk of fund balance this year to get us through this particular school year. So Ty, can you talk more about that? And that might even be your next slide.
So the next slide is actually about the levy stabilization. And fund balance will come down a little bit further. just touching on the levy really quick, it is allowing us to use the 1920 enrollment numbers because we are per student rate for Mercer Island. It allows us to use the 1920 enrollment numbers for the 2022 calendar year. So it's not going to affect us in this school year, but it will affect us over the next 2 school years because levies cross over school years. And it's a one-time gain for us. The next 2 tables represent the federal dollars. So ESSERs 1, 2, and 3. ESSER 1 we've already received. We applied it directly to PPE and cleaning supplies at the end of the last year. ESSER 2, we're going to be looking at, our allocation is $284,000. That's the 90% of what was given to the districts. The state passed through 90%. They kept 10% for OSPI. So we get $284,000 for ESSER 2. For ESSER 3, we're looking at $630,000. And again, and this table will be up and available for everyone to read. It's really small writing. I'm sorry, but there's a lot of information that we need to pass on. So we're looking at just over $1 million between the 3 ESSERs combined. When we look at state funding, we're getting $1,040,000 from that state ESSER supplement. We're looking at about $750,000 when we take the current enrollment and subtract that from the 1920 enrollment. It's gone up slightly than what we had originally projected because our enrollment has ticked down slightly over the course of the year. Transportation stabilization, we're looking at $460,000, and then enrollment stabilization is $2.9 million. So how all of those things are calculated is laid out on the chart. The purpose of the dollars, what the state is allocating it for, what the restrictions are, when we will be looking at receiving it, and what we're planning to do with it. So all of this information is available, and we'll have it up on the board docs later. In terms of our losses, these are projections currently, looking at the current projections before we start factoring in stabilization. And we were anticipating about 5.9 million, which is a little more than what we will be getting in terms of stabilization and ESSERs. So as we are looking at the ending fund balance for the year, pre-stabilization, I mentioned last board meeting that I was going to go back into our forecasting model, do a little bit of rebalancing, making sure that we had things tightened up, recognizing revenues, pulling out expenditures that we didn't think we were going to make. That brought July up and August up slightly. So we were projecting to end the fiscal year at previously at about 1.2. We managed to pull back about $700,000. So we're now at 1.9 pre-stimulus, pre-stabilization dollars.
So Ty, on that chart you showed us last time with the forecast 5, where the chart kept going down, you're projecting a little bit of a lip back up compared to where it was before, back to about $2 million worth of fund balance.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's pre-stabilization. This is what it looks like with stabilization. So as I mentioned, we're going to get transportation and a good chunk of the enrollment stabilization in May. In July, we'll get the state ESSER dollars, and we'll get the rest of enrollment stabilization in August. So those amounts are laid out in those adjustments in the green boxes. And we can see that it pushes the ending fund balance up to 6.3 million in terms of projections at this point. So it looks a lot better than it used to, but there's a lot of things that we need to be thinking about as we're having these discussions about what does ending fund balance look like. Because as we're looking at what's in that ending fund balance, that 1.04 million, the state ESSER dollars, those are intended to act like ESSER dollars, correct? So those have a specific intention and a specific purpose from the state for us to use which means that they're likely going to be a restricted fund. And so there's different, within our fund balance, there's different classifications of funding. Restricted funding is usually dollars that come from another government entity that have a specific purpose. It's legally binding. We have to use it for this. Like transportation dollars. Our transportation dollars are legally restricted to be used for transporting students to and from school. Then there's the next level down is committed, which means that the board has made a decision that we will reserve a certain portion of our fund balance and hold on to it for a specific purpose. A recent example of that would be the health insurance switchover from our self-funded plan to the State Employee Benefit Board. We had a spike as we crossed over levy years and we added some additional funding. The board made the decision to commit a portion of that for the district to help use and smooth that transition into the benefit board. Assigned means that management level made a decision that we have a program that we want to specifically hold something onto, that we want to reserve some funds for next year so that we know that it will be guaranteed money for this thing. Example would be, we have $20,000 in our fund balance for self-insurance. So if something happens that we're not fully insured for, we have some funds that we can use for that. And then there's unrestricted dollars, which is just money without restrictions. As we've been talking about fund balance in the past, we've always talked about total ending fund balance. So everything rolled into one. Because we haven't had significant variations, we haven't committed a lot of money, we haven't had a lot of restrictions. We do have some restrictions. Usually when we have money that we can carry over from the special ed grant or from CTE or a few other sources that are restricted, that'll be restricted, but those are, a couple $100,000 out of millions of dollars. So it's not significant variations. But as we're looking at next year, we're going to have over $1 million that are intended to be used in a specific thing, which is going to sway the conversation when we talk about what does ending fund balance mean. Transportation is going to be restricted as well. The federal ESSER funds are reimbursements. Otherwise, we would be counting them in the restricted dollars. And it becomes very prudent for us to discuss starting to refer to the fund balance by those classifications. So as we are thinking about it, I think I will start trying to talk about the various restrictions and fund balance categories as we start communicating with the board. Questions at this point? This is a lot of information. Thank you for being patient.
I would just throw out there that there is a really great onboarding session that's taught by WASDA called Vision Aligned Budgeting. And it talks about this precise thing of those different fund balances that are restricted and those that are applied in different ways through management and the board. So there's always an opportunity to lean into that if the board would like more training around that.
All right, so
just a quick note of thanks to you, Ty. I appreciate this complexity. It is pretty standard. I'm glad you hid it from us till it was really needed to be exposed in such a big way due to these extenuating circumstances. But I agree. This is not atypical, and I'm glad we treated it the way we did in the past, because the dollars are fungible, and it sounds like you really appreciate the way our spending and our fund balance dollars are fungible and allows us to overcome uncertainty, even though there may be some restrictions on some portion of it. And because of these changes, we have now even more restrictions that may negate the fungibility of these dollars, and the board and community need to be exposed to that. So I appreciate this information. Thank you.
And we hope to one day, return back to that where we don't have to be so explicit. But right now, as Ty was talking to me and really sharing with our cabinet, we felt like it is important that everyone understands that it's not just open season on dollars. There are specific things we need to do, and especially heading into next year when we're talking about recovery services or unfinished learning or learning forward, however we want to phrase it. We need to make sure that we drive these dollars to the right spots where our students really need it, and we're not just putting it into into the wrong buckets.
I just wanted to say, as my head is still spinning, and I'll look at this several times to try and get a better handle on it. But I think it makes sense in terms of having the different buckets. I think, we've seen them and in the way that you've laid out the budget to us in terms of the different categories. But now this is within the same category. And I assume that you're giving us a heads up as we look at the language of OE7 as the fund balance. We're going to need to modify. We're going to need to modify it, at least, even if we do a caveat of, this doesn't apply for, 21, 22. Due to COVID relief or whatever it might be. Have you thought about, and we can address this when we get down to the language review, but have you thought about appropriate or suggested ways of dealing with that? Because I think there's, we still have the interest of wanting our annual budget reserves, within the 8 to 10%. But obviously, assuming we can get to that, which, I doubt it's going to be a year that we get back to that. But at some point, well, I don't know if we're going to go over as we recover from it. So I think you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I will have some suggestions when it comes time for the language review. I did some research over the last couple of days about other districts' policies, what they include in their policies, how they measure their fund balances. And I actually looked at our fund balance, the difference between what's total fund balance and what's the unrestricted. So I do have some thinking when it comes time for the language review.
Great, thank you.
Yep. Anybody else? All right. So we have money. What are we going to do with it? So one of the things that we had talked about, and that Acting Superintendent Rendell published to the community and to the district and the staff, was our priorities as a district in terms of what do we need to do. And the 5 key priorities that we have right now are serving and supporting students academically, socially, and emotionally, especially as part of the COVID-19 recovery and learning forward, opening the schools to a full schedule, adapting to ever-changing health and safety guidance, attracting and retaining excellent educators, and maintaining a responsible fund balance. So as we're looking at those, I took a look at how do we use the funds that we have and that we're receiving, and how do we apply that to these priorities? So the first 3 priorities: serving and supporting students, opening schools, and adapting to ever-changing health and safety guidelines. Our current plan is to take ESSER 2, which is about $284,000, and apply that to support our enriched summer school program. So expanding the hours of summer school, expanding the options and opportunities for summer schools, expanding the support that we offer, and what does that mean in terms of support for students? So that's the plan for ESSER 2. ESSER 3 and the state ESSER dollars, we'll be using those to support physical distancing. We still have a 3-foot requirement next year. So we will, especially at the middle school and the high school, we're going to be looking at having to add staff to be able to maintain those physical distancing requirements in the buildings. Looking at learning recovery plans, providing additional staffing for social emotional learning, providing staffing for learning recovery services, as well as professional training to help staff, accelerate their ability to bring kids along in the recovery process. Attracting and retaining excellent educators. The state budget that was passed for next year So the apportionment dollars that will be calculated for next year include a 2% pass through. So we'll be passing those dollars on to staff to maintain our attractiveness as a district in terms of attracting and retaining our excellent educators and making sure that we're able to support them as we move along. And then maintaining a responsible fund balance. And this is also partially where the conversation that we've been having is where are we going to be looking at setting those goalposts? And you have the opportunity to kind of, we have some resources now. So the board has an opportunity to set aside or commit or reserve a portion of what we have for either economic stability or viability, or for specific programs, things that you feel will be the most advantageous for what we need. So those are our key priorities at this point, making sure that we have support for our students, that we're opening the buildings and adapting to safety guidelines, that we're attracting and retaining teachers, and that we're being fiscally responsible. So just key points from a very large presentation, a lot of information. This is one-time dollars. All of this is one-time money that we can only spend once. And we can spend it over a number of years, but we only get these months. This is only one-time dollars. While we have funds coming to us, it doesn't change the long-term sustainability of our enrollment supported staffing. So we still need to be thinking about making revisions to our staffing model to fit our enrollment. It's not a fun conversation to have, and it's been a very challenging year, but it's something that we need to continue to work towards. State and federal ESSER funds are there to support our future recovery, helping our kids get back to where they need to be and even further. And state stabilization is there to help recover our losses and provide additional assistance. And we have plans, not just for next year, but for years after. And how do we use these funds? And how do we really, not just bring kids back, but bring them back in such a way that they're accelerating. We want to look for we have every interest in watching out for the whole child and making sure that our kids are successful and healthy and whole. So at this point, any other questions? Director Upton.
Two questions. One, I'm curious, with the reduction in the local non-tax, what was the overall reduction in our local non-tax revenue? If you have it handy, because that's used to fund things, stuff in the area that can then allow the district to use other parts of the fund balance for staffing. But so, if we no longer have the money for that stuff, then
yeah. So local non-tax, we're looking at about a reduction of about $3 million, just under $3 million. Local non-tax includes lunch fees, program fees, and other things. And these are often tied to things that we've already spent money on, and it becomes a reimbursement. So PTA grants, foundation grants, community grants, we'll spend the money, we'll send an invoice to the foundation or the PTA, and then they'll give us the money back. And so while we're seeing a pretty good reduction in the local non-support, it's very oftentimes connected to an expenditure that we're not spending. So while we're not collecting a lot of lunch fees, we're also not paying Chartwells a lot of money right now. So
thanks. So the reason I wanted to kind of point that out and bring that to the surface is a lot of times the district is asked to do provide a certain thing or offer or cover something, and the answer is, well, we can raise the money for that. And that's fine, but that money raised is a one-time bucket that is not sustainable, but we've built sustainable things on one-time donations. So when that floor drops out, that's a big impact. So I just wanted to highlight that, because that's, I think, something a lot of people don't realize when these donations become normalized. My second question has to do with the pass-through COLA. And is that pass-through amount going to be enough to match our bargained obligations?
We will most likely have to supplement. The COLA is based on the enrollment numbers, which is connected to the formula. We pay our staff significantly above the formula. So on average, a teacher will make $3,500 to $4,000 more than what the state funds us at. So when we add a 2%, we're gonna have to dip into the levy to help fund that difference for all staff. So we'll have to make some adjustments to other revenue streams to help carry that through.
Thanks. And just pointing out too, again, when most districts fund outside of that basic education apportionment, because it is the bare bones, bottom of the barrel basic education apportionment. So the staffing that's beyond and outside of that, that increase is impacted for that as well, and none of that is represented in the past of the state. So another thing I wanted to highlight for those who are watching. Thank you.
Summer school, regarding the ESSER $3 being used, sorry, the ESSER $2 being used for summer school. People just receive the summer school enrollment and there's a tuition associated with it. How does the ESSER $2 and that tuition relate?
So what we're doing this year, for students who are taking summer, let me break it down for high school first. For students who are taking summer school classes that are not part of credit retrieval or that are part of an impact because of credits because of COVID-19. So kind of the health and PE classes where students are taking those to, clear some credits so they can take other classes. We are gonna charge for those. However, any student in our elementary program who's been recommended by the district or in our high school, actually all the way through our program, who's been recommended or is taking it for credit retrieval, we're gonna cover the cost on that this year. So there's no fee attached to that this year, so that we can open up as much opportunity for students as possible. We're also expanding services. We're working with Mercer Island Youth and Family Services, where we're gonna actually contract with some of the counselors who already work in our schools. They're gonna continue some services over the summer with some of our students, and we're gonna extend the day for the elementary. Typically, we let out about 12:15. We're actually going to keep staff on all the way till 3:30, and we're going to provide enrichment in the afternoon and provide some activities around physical movement, art, music. So we're going to add some enrichment. All of that is going to be covered as well as part of our recovery efforts to keep students engaged.
Oh, that's great. It sounds like it's very highly focused on student recovery. And that makes sense. What percentage of the students in elementary school, for example, do we expect will be able to take advantage of this? Any idea?
I have 146 as of 2:30 this afternoon. I might have more later, but I have 146 elementary students signed up and ready to go.
That's great.
And in a typical year, just to give you context, sorry to interrupt, around 80 or 90 is what we've run in a typical big year. So we are way over where we would normally be with our enrollment. So we feel that we'll do some surveying to figure out what it was this year, of whether or not it was families just, being more concerned based on going into next year, whether or not removing the barrier of cost may have helped out with that. So we're going to look at that, but we're excited that we'll probably double our normal year for enrollment in elementary.
Yeah, wow, that's great. It sounds really a lot of demand for that, clearly. On the ESSER III for recovery services for students in the 2021-22 school year, can we use that for staffing? The expectation is within classrooms, there'll be students at all different levels of learning. Will parapros, additional teachers be able to be used for that? Those dollars be able to be used for that?
Yes, we will be able to use the ESSER dollars to add staff. What we cannot use ESSER dollars for is to pay additional money to staff. We can't use it for wage increases, but we can use it to hire staff for recovery services or physical distancing. If it's directly responsive to the pandemic, it's fair game. But if we were to say what we can't use it for is hazard pay or additional stipends. So that's not an allowable use, but we can use it to hire limited time staff.
And what would that look like? Though we may be doing a RIF in terms of FTE, that could still come back as a person could still come back as a hire in this regard if into another needed position.
Yeah, it would be a limited term contract because it's one-time dollars. It's for a specific purpose. It's for a specific need and funded federally. We would hire them for that specific purpose, for that specific timeline for the year. And then we would have to keep track of how they use that time to meet reporting requirements. But it would be, we can use it to bring staff back for a limited time frame.
Great. Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
I have a couple questions. So typically, well, as there's room, my understanding, especially, well, this is geared towards elementary school. For the kids, the students that are not identified as needing summer support, is it that it's always been on a available basis that parents could choose to enroll their children and pay the fee?
So we have always opened up summer school first to the students who we've identified as in most need of the service. And then after that, we've opened it up to other students beyond that based on capacity and availability of staffing. This year, we took kind of a broader stroke in terms of who we would open it up to begin with. And so that's how we kind of started this year. If we do have some space availability, we'll certainly open it up beyond that. But we tried to take a broader paintbrush this year to capture more students. And, the afternoon we have fewer students who have signed up to stay the whole day than the 146, which means students who don't need to necessarily come for the morning academic portion. We'll be opening up for slots for people to still come in the afternoon and join us for the enrichment portion.
So as you painted a wider brush, which I think is great, those students are, that funding is also coming from ESSER?
Yep.
Okay. Another question I have is, my understanding of the 6 foot and 3 foot rule is, as Brian, tell me the language that was used on the call today, as feasible or as with the intention of keeping, full enrollment. So it's not a mandatory 3 feet. It's please try and do it. But but the priority is having the kids in the classroom. So I guess my question is, especially in light of our at least current mask mandate in schools and our vaccination rates, how wise is it to expand our staff knowing that it's one-time dollars?
I think it's going to depend on a couple of different things. One is going to be, what do we think in terms of recovery? Because there might be some really good reasons to keep some certain classes smaller simply because of recovery. So I don't think it's just about the size and the limitations there. I also think about where do we want to create some extra staffing if we need to enhance some services. So I think there might be some maybe there's some reason to do it because of class sizes, but I really think it's going to come down to student need at the end of the day. That is some interesting language that I saw today as well. And we have to really break down a lot of that. Obviously, it's fresh off the presses, and kind of see what that means. And then really think about our classes, in and around all of the schools, like Northwood here today. But I think it's not just space. I think it's also student need.
Okay, that makes sense. And my last question is, have there been any, I appreciate what you said about, the mental health counselors continuing with students. I know that there is a tremendous amount of trauma that students and parents, everyone is facing in terms of getting back to the real world. And that there are students who are choosing not to go to school because they're afraid. I'm wondering if there are, and I know it's substantial in the middle school and high school. I imagine it's also present in the elementary school. Are there going to be programs or services offered for the summer, like support groups? And what attempts are there in identifying students? Because a lot of these students are, they fly under the radar. So, I know you know about a lot of them because they're either having substantial issues or because they have loud voices, but so many of the ones that are suffering are flying under the radar and nobody knows about or talks to. That's not pointing fingers. That's just the reality of when someone's struggling. So what are we doing about that to help engage students so they're ready to come to school in the fall?
Well, one of the things we will do here in the coming couple weeks is we will relaunch the social emotional learning survey that we had done already. And where we found a lot of success with that in the fall and then on into the winter was really in the open-ended questions at the end where a student got to identify of, I'm really needing this. That's really going to be, and hopefully we get a high return rate from our students on that, because that will also help to drive some programming. I think it is a little challenging to predict, what we can do over the summer as much as what's the fall going to look like and, what's availability of students. So there's certainly a summer aspect of that. I've been talking to Mercer on Youth and Family Services. Those counselors have been collaborating, trying to identify who are the students who we need to keep connected to most. And sometimes those students continue with services down at Luther Burbank Park or through other services, and that's normal routine. But what are some other ways we can do it? But it's really going to be the fall programming in terms of that return when they're coming back. One of the things that we're doing on May 26th is our 8th graders are going to have a chance to have an open Zoom meeting with 9th and 10th grade Link crew members, and just ask, and they're going to actually fill out surveys ahead of time, but just have 9th and 10th graders tell them about school and try to tell them that it's okay and coming back to school is going to be great and help them understand that. And then we're doing the same in the afternoon for our 5th graders who are going to meet with the 8th grade web students and be able to ask questions and just hear about middle school. So there's some things we're trying to do at the end of this school year too, to just decrease stress a little bit on some of those things that are normal anxiety provoking events. And how can we even reduce some of those on the front summer?
Great, thank you. Tam, I think you had a question.
Yeah. So I see, Fred, that we're doing in person for the summer school. And for this year, I know that although we're all anticipating going back in the fall in person, but I think, right now, as we're ramping things up, there's still a significant number of people who still have health concerns. And I know that beyond our school district as a whole, BIPOC families are least likely to, when they're juggling all of the fears and concerns, that going back in person right now is something that is not as embraced compared to other communities. So I wonder, have there been conversations about doing different sections of the summer session on an online format as well during this time?
Our middle school and our high school. So Nova and I have been talking about middle school options and making resources available, but I know our high school, and I see Jamie's put into the chat there that high school is operating more on the hybrid. So it's more of the elementary piece. So let me let Jamie kind of talk about the high school component, and then I can talk a little bit about elementary.
Yeah, so in an effort to be responsive to those needs directed in and desires of students and families and their comfortability, we've got some classes being offered in person, some being offered completely remotely, and others being offered in hybrid. And that's going to be one of the questions as students register for courses, is how they would like to receive and participate in those classes.
And so what I can do with that elementary piece, so we, for instance, we've been pulling all the data recently on in-person learners versus streamers across the district. And what I will also do then is, I was just talking to Amy Batliner Gillette, principal here at Northwood. I think they're down to 23 streamers for the entire school now. And so what I can do is I'll take a look at that. And it's a great point. I'm glad you raised it. Let me take a look at that across all 4 schools and determine where those students fall, and if any of those have been ones we've been targeting. And then I can take a look at some of that a little closer.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because right now, as we're transitioning, unfortunately, we actually have to hold a couple of different modalities until everything kind of, quote unquote, goes back to normal. And maybe this is a personal kind of thing, but the emails that are coming out, part of it is like, I kind of, for the longest time, I didn't pay this overdue school lunch thing, because I thought it was a general kind of general email to everybody. It's like, hey, make sure you pay your thing. I'm like, oh, it's maybe for someone else, but actually it was for me. So, with this summer school thing, the emails are coming out. It says your kids may qualify, so are parents getting specific like emails to, so that they know, okay, because, sometimes when I read these things, and I'm thinking for the other parents too, are they like, oh, this is informational, I'm waiting for, or this is to let me know that I should, click onto this link. So
yeah,
they
if a student was recommended, there was a whole separate communication that went to those families with specific directions on how to bypass the payment systems and all of those things. So they were targeted differently.
Okay, that's helpful to know.
Yep. All right, Aaron, you have 2 minutes to do a staffing update.
I am always speedy, or I try to be, but still giving due attention. So I wanted to share with you sort of a RIF update. So RIF is reduction in force. I tend to use acronyms, but have been reminded that it is not always helpful for those who do not speak the same language we do. As you know, we had to make some very difficult decisions regarding staffing for the 2021-22 school year. And this resulted in both a certificated and classified reduction in force. Those resolutions, which were passed by the board, gave us RIF authority, but that doesn't mean, and we sort of tried to emphasize that doesn't mean we had to cut all the positions that were identified. And I want to give you some updates on how the district's been able to be creative and work with our union partners, the MIA, to retain some of our staff. That's not to say that staff have not been impacted, and that's also not to minimize sort of the impact of even the discussions of a RIF. I do want to recognize that this has created turmoil for not only our system, but for individual people who've been impacted. So with that said, I'll start with, we are still reducing by 1 administrator out of special services. So that is still, there's a change from the 2021 school year to the 21-22. So we're going down by 1 administrator. The elementary Spanish program is still being eliminated. Fortunately, we were able to absorb those elementary Spanish teachers into our system, or they voluntarily resigned and made other choices. So no one was forcibly displaced that was an elementary Spanish teacher. However, in absorbing the elementary Spanish teachers because of their credentials, it did cause some bumping, which means that there were middle school and high school teachers who were moved around as a result, because those elementary teachers, because of seniority, got moved into those different levels. That movement is disruptive. So again, I want to recognize that, but fortunately we were able to retain all of our world language teachers and offer them at least a partial FTE. There are still 2 world language teachers who have had a reduction in the amount of FTE offered them. So they don't have the full contract they had before, but we are working really hard to see if there's other ways that they can increase their endorsements so they can access other positions within the district. With respect to library, elementary library, if you recall, it was a 0.25 reduction across at each school for a total of 1.0 FTE. We worked with MIA and we're very close to a revised sort of job description, which would really enable us to capture what a lot of our librarians are already doing, which you heard when they came and spoke to you, to do intervention services. And that enables us to use some of these ESSER dollars to fund those positions going at least for next year. And we hope to be able to retain them at that level ongoing, but we did avoid a RIF for them this year. So all 4 of our elementary librarians will be staying whole. For most of the other cuts that you saw at the secondary, we were able to use leave replacements. So people who were on leaves or resignations to keep them whole. But as I said, we do have 2 staff who have had reduction in FTE. No staff was completely eliminated, but again, it's difficult to go from a full-time contract to something less, or to whatever your contract was to something less. That is an economic impact. So we will continue to work with those staff members. With respect to classified staff, there was also a RIF there. With the represented classified staff, we have not cut a single whole position. We took the category 5, if you remember that reference, there's 40 hours up at the high school, and that was largely divided amongst multiple people. And then we did not backfill a position. And the result is no one person was eliminated. There was still adverse impact. So there's still a RIF with respect to some of our administrative positions, such as the one at MOT. With our non-reps, we still did have full positions eliminated. I think there was a lot of concern, or I know there was a lot of concern expressed about the theater tech position at the high school. I want to emphasize that we are not eliminating our theater program by any stretch of the imagination, but we are looking at ways to potentially create an opportunity to spend CTE money and still have theater management, but be from a different funding source. So we're just trying to be creative with the funding strings we have to try to keep people as whole as possible. I think it's also important to recognize that any classified staff who did have a reduction, we are trying to find other ways to employ them if we have openings as bus drivers or a different position. All of those who've been adversely impacted has nothing to do with their performance. So we encourage them to apply to other positions, because then we can keep good staff. So with that, do you have any questions?
Just a note of thanks in the creativity of spending our money to ensure our students recover, as well as our ability to retain our great staff. So most appreciated, Erin.
You're welcome. I will recognize also that the staff who've been impacted, very difficult for them, but they have handled it very well in terms of being receptive to creative solutions. So I do appreciate the creativity on all sides, and also the partnership with MIEA and trying to find a pathway forward.
Any other questions or comments? Does that conclude our superintendent report?
That can, that brings it to an end.
Seeing as welcome, Morgan, thanks for joining us. Seeing as it's 7:10, are we looking for a quick break? I'm seeing head nods. 10 minutes. We will be in recess and reconvene at 7:20. Thanks, everyone.
I don't see Paul, so he may have gotten tied up a little bit with baseball. But we've got Fearless Morgan here.
And we can wait until, he kind of told me 7:30.
Okay.
Until 7, so we can keep going.
Okay.
And whenever. We just need Brian. And then, oh, and Maggie Tai. I see her face, but it's not moving. Are you laughing at me? Morgan, I assume you would rather wait for Paul.
Just messaged me. He's on the way home and should be back in a few minutes, he said. But if we want to do it, I can do.
We're good.
I can share it.
Hello. Okay, 7:21, we are back in session. I realized that I didn't pause at 6 o'clock for public input. I have not received any notification of any other public input, or of any public input. So we don't need to address that. Moving along on our agenda is 2A, partial governance process monitoring, board policy OE10 instructional program, OSPI academic and student well-being recovery plan. Dr. Rendell?
Great, thank you. Nova Williams is joining me from Learning Services tonight. Nova has really been leading the effort on this. We've been working a little bit in tandem, but she's really taking the lead on pulling together our full report. So this is really 2 parts. Tonight is part 1, and then we'll be back on May 27th. We'll likely also have some of our building administrators join us, and we're going to fold it underneath OE10 as part of our report to you on program reviews, thinking about this being under a larger umbrella around how we've been reviewing our progress and our student experience through the pandemic and how we're planning forward. Right at the end of April, OSPI launched the Academic and Student Wellbeing Recovery Plan Guide. And that guide is in the board packet for your review tonight. We also included the draft resolution for you to take a look at here tonight and then over the next couple of weeks. And then when we come back in May, we will be presenting the actual plan as well as seeking your approval for the resolution. The resolution then will put into motion not only your approval of the plan and our ability to execute on it or start working on it, but also the funding that Ty talked about tonight that will come along. So what Nova and I wanted to do is provide you with just an overview of what it really means as a plan. I think plan is a little misleading in terms of how they've used that. And so we're going to talk to you tonight a little bit more about that. So Nova, I'll go ahead and cue up the presentation and let you kind of talk about some of the work you've been doing already while I get it going.
Do you want me to present? I have it on my screen.
Sure.
Can you see it?
Yep.
Great. Okay, so Fred kind of gave you the overview of all of that. We have been meeting a couple times with our ILT to talk about the academic and student well-being recovery plan. It is a lot of check boxes really in how it's designed, that we identify a variety of things. So each of the levels have done a draft plan, and then I merged that information and will provide some additional explanation to you so that you have a little bit deeper knowledge about what or why we've checked the boxes that we've checked. So the requirements that exist in the plan, or what has to be a part of the plan, is the overarching element is the equity analysis tool. So it requires that we use an equity analysis tool as we design our plan, and then in general, as we move forward with educating students in general. It requires board approval, and it requires that we post that plan publicly for our community members. So this is the meat of the plan requirements. So the assessment identification, we have to identify what they're referring to as diagnostic assessments to be used at each grade band. It's sort of separated in the way we've done it. We've separated in K5, 6-8, and then 9-12, according to how our schools are structured. And we kind of have to take a look at both sorts of assessments. We have to think about academic assessments, but then also student well-being assessments or tools that we use. I'd say that the phrase diagnostic assessment is used very, very loosely in the plan in terms of what we're checking. So they aren't necessarily things that we would in the assessment world call diagnostic in nature, but they're being used as diagnostics for the purpose of identifying where we have gaps as an educational system to support students. And then we have to identify the specific grade bands that use each one of the tools that we check off in the list. And then we also have to say the frequency of use. The frequency of use is very basic to say, we're just going to use it one time that year, or we're going to use it multiple times of the year. We additionally have to identify student groups that are disproportionately served or impacted based on our circumstances. The categories that we have for that are listed there for you to see. So they have some racial demographics there. And then we also have English learners, students experiencing poverty, students experiencing homelessness, and then students in foster care. The last of the plan requirements is to outline what are the strategies or interventions that we're using in order to help support students. And in the same way that they have us identify what are those things, and then what are the grade bands in which we're using them, and then finally, what is the frequency we are using them. The racial equity tool, I would say, is the newest thing. Thankfully, we have a pretty robust system for a lot of these things already in our district, which is fantastic. There are some things that I think that this plan helps identify as gaps. And so some of the schools have said, you know, we kind of really need this tool, or we need this thing to help support. This is a gaping hole in what we're doing, and we want to make sure that we're better able to support kids. So they have identified some areas that they would like to improve. And so we're searching out some tools that we can better leverage to support our students. The racial equity tool, it's very generally referred to in the plan. When we look at some of the sample plans that OSPI has put forth, it could be as simple as your equity, policy as a district. So some districts are using that. And then other districts like Seattle Public Schools have a racial equity tool that they use. we're sort of merging those things. We're both pulling in a lot of the things that we have from the board and policy and things like that. And then also having some guiding questions for our schools, teachers, whomever is really making a big decision about educating our children, what questions they should ask themselves as they're thinking through those decisions. So will this have a negative impact on any particular population? If so, what are you doing to mitigate that? Those sorts of questions to help support the process. And then Fred, do you want to cover the timeline or you want me to?
Go ahead.
Okay. So today we're just previewing kind of the outline of what you can expect to see in that plan. And then at the May 27th meeting, you'll hopefully approve that plan. And it will be followed very quickly by the submission to OSPI. So it's due in June to OSPI. So we plan to submit as soon as we are able. And then September and beyond is really when we're implementing that. Arguably, we're implementing even before by doing summer school at elementary and high school as a part of our process. Though that's typical for us, I would say that they're sort of reimagining how those things should look in light of all of the things we've experienced to make sure that they're better supporting our students.
Let me bring up for just a second, just to illustrate what the plan template looks like for the board. So one of the, just to kind of show you what Nova was talking about with the check boxes. I think there's a challenge that we've had a little bit with the tool that was given to us and how we'll be submitting it. So when we go into the online portal where we submit the plan, it is literally a series of questions where we just select and we just check which ones we're using, or if we have other ones that we're using for a diagnostic assessment or whatnot, we just write in other. And so as you can see, it's really not, there isn't even a space for a narrative. It's literally check boxes. And so when we bring you the plan and you see that it looks very much formatted in that way, and it doesn't seem to offer a whole lot, know that that's the way the tool was designed. So what we're doing is we're actually, as under each that actually explains the plan and how it's carried out and what that means in the different levels. We also think that's important because when we put this and we seek community input, or when we put it on the website, you know, for people just to see, you know, great, you're doing AIMSweb. What does that mean? We're going to have the context for that. So we will be looking at ways too, because a component of the process is to include stakeholders. Our student advisory had an opportunity to meet with me last week, and we talked about student needs and social needs and academics. And so they were providing inputs. I have a survey, that I shared with the PTA Council. They're providing inputs in each of our Learning Forward teams. I've asked the principals to lead those groups through kind of a Q&A section on what they think are social, emotional, and academic needs of students. So we're seeking many ways of involving perspective of our students, our staff, and our community. That will help then inform the plan. But as Nova also said, we have specific checkpoints. One is due in November and another one in April to OSPI, where we update our plan, and we'll be bringing that then back forward to you as a board. So it's not a one-time piece. It really will be a living document that we're going to use, and it will become part of our district improvement plan next year. So this year we brought forth for the first time ever a district improvement plan to go along with the school improvement plans. Think of this plan kind of in that context where we're going to be bringing this back. We'll be refining it even over the summer. So what you approve is really where we're headed, but it's certainly not something that will be open for more discussion. So tonight is really for us to answer any questions that you have maybe right now about it. If as you dig into the documents you have others, feel free to email me or reach out and we can answer some questions, but we'll come back in May with really the full plan.
I like the direction where you're saying how this is the beginning, and when Nova, you're saying that as we're doing this with the equity toolkit toolkit, we're taking what we have and also some more tangible examples of what other school districts are doing. And this is the beginning of how do we start to create our own equity toolkit. And as you all are thinking about this and thinking about the future, I just want to throw it out there. So a lot of time equity toolkits always start with an assumption, right? And then we think about how do we don't negatively impact a certain group too much, or how do we make sure we translate something? And instead of kind of flipping it around and starting with who are disproportionately impacted, you know, who are furthest away from the educational opportunities, and start from there. And then start to ask, you know, what kind of programming, what kind of communication do these groups need in order to thrive? So it's a slightly different approach versus like, you know, basically this is our perspective and we're just now making everybody fit into, you know, our baseline with what is the norm versus looking at it from a different angle. And as we're taking all these examples, and if the current toolkits out there do not approach it from that, I would encourage us to start thinking differently and start to create something that is fitted for Mercer Island. But I'm excited to see that this is an exercise for us to start thinking about it. And when I look at, you know, it's unfortunate that, you know, some of the questions are so prescriptive and that we're, but it's a starting point.
So I gave a heads up that this question was coming. In the OSPI requirements for this, in section 2, it's school board approval of the plan, e.g. public posting provides opportunity for public comment per federal requirements. So for those who are watching now and for those who aren't, how are we going to notice the public that this is going to be posted before our next regular board meeting so the public can review that list of boxes being checked and have opportunity for meaningful and authentic input to that before the board meeting where we choose to adopt the resolution?
Yeah, this was the challenge of getting it at the end of April and then having basically 1 month. So Nova and I just started talking about this in terms of what the website can look like. We're going to start putting up draft examples. For example, we met with Mercer Island Youth and Family Services with our leadership team, and they did a presentation on trauma and what students may experience and how they might be coming back to school. We'll link that and put that presentation up so that our community can see what are the different inputs we've received. And then as we start filling it out, it'll be a living document that people will see in live time. So we'll make it a web published doc. So as we're updating it, it will actually update in live time and then provide the input there. So would love to do better if we had more time, but this is one where we're kind of up against it, just trying to get through to the tight time constraint that we had. So it's kind of also a reminder that it's not over, even though it's approved. It's really approved to put it into motion, but it will stay up and continue to be amended throughout the year.
Just so we understand, I guess the plan that we create here will be used for assessing the needs of each student and building a more personalized recovery plan for them. Is that the intent?
Yeah, what it really is it's demonstrating to OSPI in terms of what they're looking for is, you know, which assessments are we using in our district to be able to identify the academic, social, and emotional needs of our students. The plan itself doesn't even require us to put in what we're going to do with that information. It literally is just the fact that, are we going to be using information? We're taking it a step further and we're going to add in the narratives of what we're doing with it so that it is a little bit more transparent about what the plan is meant to do. But I have seen other districts' drafts of what they plan to submit because some districts were asking for some examples. And I've seen everything from simple check, like literally the district just went through and just did the check boxes and the dates, and that was it. And that's what they're submitting. And other examples have been a little bit more of what we're thinking. Nova, you met with our partners with the CCS this week. What were some things that you learned from Riverview, Tahoma, Issaquah, Snoqualmie?
Yeah, so I'm just going to add on to what you said first, and then I'll answer that question. Is, districts, I think, have, this is designed to sort of support all of the districts in Washington, which are across an entire spectrum of how many assessments they're doing. I'd say we're at one end of that spectrum with the number of assessments that we're doing, and then there are districts who do the bare minimum of what they need to by legislation. So they're sort of all over the place. So I think that's part of why they developed it in the way that they did, is just sort of these check boxes with no sort of pressure to identify a whole bunch of them. But in talking to our consortium of other districts, they are basically doing the checkbox for submission. And then similar to us, we're giving added information to the board and to the public in our community so that we can support people's greater understanding of what we actually want to do with this information and where we want to make improvements in our system. But as it pertains to OSPI, everybody's really just largely uploading the checkbox document that basically tells them what we are doing. And then that way we can do more internal work and focus less on having to try to reorient that document for OSPI.
Go ahead, Brian.
I'm being a little persistent on this. So if a community member were to lean in and want to look at the data and provide meaningful input to you, what would that look like in this particular instance? What real flexibility would they have in this form to really weigh in on to provide input? Because it's not the particulars of it. It's pretty general. It's pretty broad. So I'm just trying to add clarity for our community that it's the equity tool itself being used is not what's up for debate here. It's that we're using and identifying one, and that it is being used.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, a big part of the input is really about the development of the plan and not so much what the plan itself looks like. And so a lot of the pieces that we kind of have in what is the plan already are things that have existed in our system for a while or things that have recently come on. So some of the things that you'll see as a board and things that will be available for the community are things that are additional layers underneath all of that, which have by nature of development had input from all of our stakeholders in a variety of ways. So one of the things that Fred and I were discussing is one of our literacy assessment protocols as it pertains to identifying students with areas of weakness associated with dyslexia. And that is tied into this plan as well, because by nature of assessment, it's there. And so we have had lots of conversations, and we've had, forums for families to ask questions and things like that. So there's been a lot of meaningful input there. And then I know Fred mentioned those learning forward teams are a little bit more like one-on-one kind of, or one-on group really, right? So that they're able to share that information in a different sort of way. And then Fred, did you have other additions?
No, there'll be a portion of the website piece when they go to it, and we'll notice everyone that it's been posted. Then people can go and then they can provide us input, and then we'll collect that input and then use that either in immediate planning or future planning. But we'll notice to the community, and likely next week, because we're going to be then a week away from when when you're going to actually see it. So 2 weeks from tonight is when you'll see it. So that will be coming next week.
Are the principals going to reach out to their parent community to look for maybe additional volunteers for the learning forward teams?
As I know that a lot of the discussion right now was around who was returning and kind of who still had the stamina and wanted to stay on it, and then starting to fill seats behind that. That's where they were leaving off. And I know that the high school was contemplating that, elementary as well. And then the middle schools had a little bit more ongoing process. And I think they filled them a little faster as they've dropped off.
Great.
Are these plans, once they're filed, are they going to be, I assume they're going to be available for everybody, like for the full public to look at? Like, will it be easy for people to look and see what some of our neighboring districts, for example, are doing as part of their plans?
To the extent that it's on their website and it's easy to find. So it will be dependent of, I mean, everyone by law, as Nova had in the presentation, we have to have them posted on our website. So, you know, just depending on how, you know, familiar we are with different websites. Yeah.
And a lot of people are posting them just in their board items. So they're not necessarily posting them to their site. They're just posting them there and providing the link.
Got it. Thank you.
Anyone else? I look forward to seeing the substantive plan. I kind of consider this a very procedural check the box plan. I don't think that's a bad thing. I understand why OSPI is doing it, but you know, it's just obviously not answering the questions that I think we and the board and the community are looking for. So I appreciate that it's going into more depth, and look forward to hearing that.
And what you see in June, or I guess at the end of May, in terms of that substance, you know, that will be the first layer, and then we'll bring it back to you and continue bringing it. So, you know, there'll be parts that might even still feel like they're not completely fleshed out. And some of that's because we're still collecting data on our students now as we start to plan for the fall. So there's going to be, it's like a recipe card. It should be used and brought back out and changed as we go along.
Great. Any other questions or comments? All right, so this will be on the next agenda for additional discussion and then approval, assuming, well, it has to be approved by June 1st. So that's why we chose to do kind of a preview and then the presentation at the end of the month. So thank you for that. Next up, do we want to do our student representative report? Paul and Morgan, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I'm kind of late. I had baseball, but I appreciate you waiting for me. So from our elementary students that we spoke to this month, we heard lots of feedback from the past month. And some Island Park streaming students reported enjoying their online classes and noticing improvements in their learning and motivation, especially in the past couple of weeks. Elementary students have been able to do more hands-on activities lately, such as science labs, including one where students dissected owl pellets. While experiences like this were exciting for in-person kids, some streaming students did feel a little left out.
Yeah, and so both Northwood and Lakers reported high in-person student attendance, with only a few students staying all online. And the fifth grade students have been enjoying their last few weeks of elementary school. And they received their fifth grade sweatshirts, which is always a highlight of the year. And some were a bit curious about how the kind of signing and sweatshirt yearbook signings will look this year.
At IMS, we received some mixed reviews regarding hybrid learning. Some students have reported the online half of classes almost always have their cameras off and seldom talk or participate during class discussions. Students have also reported some lapses of proper mask wearing technique at lunch and while playing on the fields outside, the occasional lack of social distancing amongst students during the in-person learning. Students, however, are appreciative of the additional 25 minutes of work time at the end of each day that they're provided with that they can use to catch up on homework and other missing assignments.
So over at the high school, students have been really making the most of our last full month of school. Lots of clubs and student groups have been organizing events and activities. For example, Green Team is working on a bottle cap collecting project. Some other students are working to start another club that focuses on mental and global health issues. And while basketball season came to a close, many sports have started up recently, including tennis and lacrosse. And then also following some student feedback, teachers have really been working to make sure that tests and assignments that are assigned and due on Wednesday are fairly assigned so that we have time to kind of ask questions and complete them in a more equitable manner, which I appreciate. And then radio has also continued to cover all the sports happening. Band recently had a full performance, and students found ways also to celebrate Teacher Appreciation Week, which just happened.
AP tests are also starting as early as next week for most students, with a mix of mostly the tests are online, but there's a couple in person, like the language ones. So I know I have to do that. And the full-length model this year has certainly caused stress among students. When compared to last year, they had to shorten 40-minute exams, which were definitely helpful. But yeah, this year it's the full length. And so some students are kind of weary of taking a 3-hour exam online. And then finally, some students are beginning to raise questions regarding finals this year and the schedule, if seniors will have to take them, and if they'll be in person or not.
So also at the end of our student advisory meeting, we kind of dove into a little conversation about student wellness and mental health. And the main concern that was really raised was about transitioning grade levels and kind of learning recovery with that. A lot of our 5th graders shared that they were kind of nervous about making the transition to middle school and were kind of wanting to know more about what to expect. And also 8th graders were kind of equally as nervous about the transition to the high school and had many questions as well. And then even some sophomores mentioned worries that they had only really had one real semester of fully in-person school, and now are kind of expected to dive into the rigor of junior year. And so just a lot of kind of change and nerves around that overall.
And one potential idea that we came up with by suggestion of Dr. Rundle would be hosting virtual student panels, one for incoming 6th graders and one for incoming freshmen, to allow kids to ask any questions they may have to current students at the middle school and high school. The advisory members really latched onto the idea and felt that it would be very beneficial. So we will hopefully be moving this forward. Overall, it was a very productive and insightful meeting with the students. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Any questions or comments for our student reps? Not seeing any. Thank you guys so much.
Your input got set into motion. 5th graders and 8th graders, May 26th, they're going to have their sessions. So it's in motion and on its way. So thank you to you and your colleagues for that great idea during that meeting.
Okay, so next up we have board policy 1400 meetings, determine location and method of remaining meetings. I'm not sure where we want, I guess we need to make a decision on whether or not we're going to stay remote. We can kind of lump it into our meetings through June. And then we can, I think we can kind of put off what we're going to do in August, because I think we're going to see a very different world then. That's just my guess, especially based on what we got today. As Governor Inslee declared that everything is open as of June 30th. So I assume that would also include the city council chambers. So I think we should focus on how we're going to do board meetings for the remainder of this academic year. Does that sound appropriate? Okay.
And you have, just as a reminder, you have 2 meetings left that have been scheduled in terms of your regularly scheduled meetings, one at the end of May, and then because of graduation, there isn't another one until the end of June, and then one study session in June. So there's not a lot of meetings between now and the end of the year, just as a reminder.
Great. Anyone have?
Also, Deborah, I mean, beyond what is kind of COVID related and how we run our meetings, I think I don't know if it's appropriate today or somewhere, we should have a conversation of how do we want to continue moving forward with our meetings, in the sense where, you know, as our students are going back next year, we are learning some great strategies. And during COVID, we have really broken down a lot of barriers as well. And so how do we start to incorporate these strategies into next year? And so when I think about our board meeting, I think of the same thing, right? Just because we can go back to face, right? I would like a conversation on, like, what do we lose? Because, you know, so I really like the question that Fred put out to us, you know, in like, when we think about the purpose of the board meeting and what we hope to achieve with the community or with ourselves in our working relationship, that's kind of a conversation I would like to have with each other.
Okay, is that a conversation you want to have about the meetings for the remainder of the academic year, or is that for next year? starting in August.
Somewhere we're gonna have to have a conversation, and so.
Right. But I said,
Yeah.
I thought we had determined that we're going to start the conversation with what are we doing for May and June? And then we'll get to the other stuff.
Yeah, that seems more like something we may want to think about putting on the agenda for discussion like this summer, for example. You know, we never had our board retreat like that we were supposed to have because of COVID. Like if we want to do sort of longer term planning, like big picture thinking, that seems like a good kind of thing to think about over the summer as we develop our agendas and stuff for the summer.
Okay, absolutely.
My personal preference is to keep it all Zoom or be all in person, just because I think it's really difficult to, based on the kind of trial half and half. I mean, it wasn't half and half of us, but like having half the staff in person and everybody else online, I felt like it was really hard to hear people through their masks and everybody being tiny on a screen, whereas like some people you can see their whole face. I felt like it was just difficult kind of cognitively to track it. So my preference would be everybody stay Zoom until it becomes feasible to have us all in a room again, even if we're wearing masks, you know?
Yeah.
But that may just be me.
I prefer staying through Zoom the rest of this year. It's just another thing to think about. And I'm sorry, I have my dog in the back. She's snoring. It's not me. I'm like hearing the snoring coming from the back of me. But, you know, for the rest of the year, I would vote for just for the ease of everything and maintaining kind of what we've been doing. And until we talk about how we change for next year, it's not worth it to have staff time to kind of figure out the logistic. So I would vote for just staying Zoom for the rest of the year.
Oh, go ahead, David.
It's interesting. I'm on some other boards which are going through the same set of questions, and participation has been incredible. Actually, while we've been on Zoom, we've had a lot more attendees watching than we do in person. If we go in person, I'm a big fan of we can get to the point of doing it without masks. It's very hard to hear and pick up people, you know, all the different voices through the masks. And then I think we also have to figure out can we still do it over Zoom so that the public can participate over Zoom and perhaps even some staff as needed. But I certainly, you know, lots of the other boards have decided to stay Zoom because of the efficiency. Everybody makes the meetings. We could think about doing the retreat in person would be also another thing to think about as we continue the meetings in Zoom, primarily for accessibility purposes. So I'd love to be in person again and do that. But I can see some value for, you know, dealing with the logistics for the whole next year when we can get rid of masks and go back to the city council chambers and have good AV equipment and that type of thing.
Brian?
Yeah, no, the easy thing for the last 2 meetings of the year would be to stay in Zoom so long as the governor's order allows us to do that. I'm really excited to get back in person. I think it shows a vote of confidence in our ability to do that. We're expecting our students and our teachers to be in person, and we're not separate from that. The biggest challenge I had with the session where we attempted to have folks at Northwood, it was really a sound barrier for me. Like it was the gain had to be adjusted, and it was the sound bouncing off the walls that was adding interference to that. With that being solved for, we would have been able to understand much more clearly what was being said. And the fact is, this is about the board and the leadership team meeting in person to conduct our business. And that is available for the public to view and observe. And then public input, we can certainly have via Zoom, in person, whatever is appropriate for members of the public to weigh in. I think that we miss something when we're not in the room together. I have no idea how I'm going to pack all of this, you can't see it, into a briefcase to take to a meeting. I've gotten far too comfortable with the spread out of all my notes and everything here. But there's just something about being in the space together that changes the dynamic. So I think the suggestion that the retreat definitely be in person, it also just allows for a different conversation to happen. And I'm not sure how long we'll be able to continue to operate in this modality, but certainly through the rest of this school year, we will. So if it lessens the pressure there to allow administrative staff to focus on what needs to be happened and bringing us into the end of this school year, then I'm willing to wait until the new session to start meeting in person. And there's, typically July is the month off for the board. We don't typically meet in July. We certainly did last year because we had to. And I'm not sure if we'll need to this year. Things are still changing at a pace that I don't know that we'll definitely get July off this year, but that's my 2 cents.
Rundle will not be getting July off, I'm sure. I lean towards Brian. I think that we're missing some, I think our relationships have suffered with not being able to have face-to-face conversations. I think we can problem solve all the other concerns in terms of, there's no reason why we can't continue to broadcast on Zoom. I think we can problem solve the challenges that we had by having, screens in front of everyone, or however we do that, or at least a screen closer to, people's faces than what it was last time. I don't want our administration to spend much time on that either in this last month, which is craziness. So I get it. And I'm not going to scream and yell about, the last 2 meetings being in person, but it's more than optics. Our students are learning from our teachers online with masks on. And, if they can do it, I think that we can manage it too. Is it ideal? No one wants to wear a mask. I don't want to wear a mask. I would hate to have it on for 4 hours, but our students do it every day when they're going to school. I think that's, I think it's important. I think a lot of it is, not that anyone's saying this, but it's tough to make that first step. And having that first meeting and saying we're doing it. So again, I think we can problem solve any of the issues and make it accessible to all. Remembering the purpose of board meetings is the work of the board, and it's open for transparency's sake for anyone to come and watch but not participate. And so that's just, it's weird to me. It's still weird to me that that's the way it works, but that's the way it works. I think we need to focus on making sure that the board is accomplishing our work in the best, most meaningful way possible. And what was I going to say? I definitely think that we should do the study session in person. And there was one other thing I was going to say, which I have no idea what it was. So yeah, so anyways, I will defer to the group, even though I'm not sure it's a majority at this point in terms of staying online for May and June. So I guess, should we take a vote or thumbs up, thumbs down? Or everyone just go through and say what their preference is? Because like I said, I'm not sure. I think we're pretty split. So I'm not sure exactly how we're falling out. Brian?
Go with ranked choice voting. What is your preference first and then second?
All right. And I guess I need to know also is if someone is opposed to being in person for health reasons, I don't want anyone to share their personal stuff, But we need to know that, because if it's just a preference, then, you know, that's a consideration. If someone has an absolute objection to being able to do that, I agree that we need to be consistent. At least at this point, we need to be consistent. But I need to know if someone's objection is due to medical reasons.
I guess I'm not quite sure what we're voting for here, because I'm certainly not opposed to returning to meeting in person. I'm basically saying I'd like to wait until after the end of this school year, just because of the logistics.
Okay, so we're ranking.
Yeah.
We're ranking our preferences. So you need to say what your first preference is with regards to the
rest of this school year. So my first,
no, more than that, May meeting and June meeting, we can lump together, and then the study session. So if you have your number one preference, let's just start with that, is May or June, the May and June meeting. So Maggie, what's your preference in doing
my preference is May and June on Zoom, and then after that in person.
And what about the study session?
Study session in person.
Okay, and Tam? May and June?
In Zoom. And part of like, you know, and I feel like we're having this conversation kind of for the next year, right? Even though
we're absolutely not.
I know we're not, but then it's kind of, so partly this is purely logistic, that I think is the easiest, just to finish the school year, focus our energy in thinking about next school year. So the Zoom, but because you were mentioning kind of like the optics and you know, so I feel like those are rationale for us thinking for the future as well. And so, but I feel like, you know, like I've been going to work full time in person. So I'm, you know, I'm consistent with kind of my philosophy. And I feel like it's really what is the best in this time of juggling, you know, and it's just, I think the best just to finish it out and then really have a conversation for next year of what we're going to do.
So your number one rank for May and June meeting is Zoom. And what about for this study session?
I am fine if we you all want to meet in person.
I just need to know what we're ranking.
You know, I'll do everything. I mean, if everything's through Zoom.
Okay. And David, May and June meetings?
Zoom.
And study session?
In person.
Brian, May and June meetings?
In person.
And study session?
In person.
And I say May and June meetings in person and study session in person. So we have majority for Zoom for the May and June meetings, and we have a majority for in person for the study sessions. If someone has a medical issue, either contact Fred or myself, and that could change the results of what we do. And we will plan for the in-person and figure out those details. We don't typically record. I mean, we audio record, but we do not video record. That might be a little different this year in terms of like presentations from some experts or our consultants. It might be beneficial to record those, but we'll get all those logistics out and make sure that the board is in agreement with that prior to the meeting. Does anyone, and then we can either have a special meeting in July, or we can talk about it at the study session, depending on timing in terms of our plan for next year. My preference would be at this point to wait, frankly, until as late as possible, because otherwise we're just gonna have to change it when new guidance comes out. So I would just prefer to have it once, that's all. But again, just my preference. Okay, anything else on that?
Just quickly, President Lurie, I think from a staff standpoint, where you landed makes just, you know, it makes a lot of sense for us. We have lots of things going on, and you know, I appreciate where everyone was there, and I think we can make it all happen. What I'm really curious about is as we look towards the future, we do need to start talking to the city again about the city chambers and the use of that facility and whether or not that's what we want to do ongoing. So we will continue to explore those options to make sure that they're on, you know, and available as you have your conversation in June. You know, as I've heard bits and pieces of your conversations or some of the input you've provided me. I think some of the personalization of certainly the community being able to hear not only you as a board, but staff members is really important for clarity. Some of that visual aspect is important. Obviously, the cameras in the city chambers allows for a little more flexibility than we've been able to provide on the fly. So we'll pursue as many options as possible to give you as a board options to make some good decisions when you come together.
Great. I'm sorry I didn't ask your opinion.
No, perfectly fine. We really, Andrews and I really just wanted to listen and make sure that we were allowing you to do the work that you need to, and because you're the elected official, so all good.
Okay, excellent. Next up, we have 2C, Board Policy 1005, Board Officer and Board Member Duties, Liaison to School DEI Committees. And as I imagine you all recall, when we met with the PTA, they mentioned that it would be appreciated to have a director sitting on the PTA, and well, we have on the school DEI committees, but on the individual school DEIs, or just, you know, the PTA, the main one. So just want to see, you know, that it can kind of be set up however we want. So just kind of want to start off. I think the best way to start off is just to kind of hear what people are thinking in terms of whether or not you think that's a good idea, and then if so, ways that it could be structured. Brian, I know you brought this up initially. Do you want to start?
Sure. And so I'll admit there was a period of time where I wasn't, as legislative representative, I'm typically the liaison to the PTA advocacy group at the council level. So all of the VPs from the individual units roll up and meet with the council VPs. And so we've caught back up with that relationship. And I think it's really helpful, A, to have a person from the board collecting information, hearing that information to report back, but also to be able to answer questions on the spot for those committees across the board. I think is really helpful for them to have clarity. If it's a budgeting question, is something they don't have to ponder and go find someone else later. So I was thinking of a position, a DEI position that would meet at that council level again. I'm assuming that they're all coming together for a monthly meeting at the council level with all the VPs. And I think that's a really great time to have a liaison there, because that's where all those cross-district conversations are coming in. Whereas I think at the individual unit level, that's much more a discussion around the board and the direction that individual board wants to go. I think either is valuable, whether it's individuals with your individual school and meeting with them like you would your PAC, or if it's the council level. And moving forward, so this is my third year on the Superintendent's Equity Advisory Council, and typically that's a 3-year journey that you have on that. So I'll be rolling off. I expect to be rolling off of that. I would almost wonder if pairing this role with that position would make sense.
Okay, thank you. David?
Yeah, I did send this request came out during the PTA council meeting that I'm the board liaison for as well. So they did highlight that. I did ask if they've gone to any of the superintendent equity committee meetings, and I guess that has not happened. I've asked twice, and clearly it's all a work in progress, and so not to put, you have to crawl before you can walk, before you can run, and clearly we're still in probably the walk stage, amazingly. So yeah, I for one am not super excited about kind of putting the cart before the horse on this one. I'd love to see these relationships work. with in the existing system, where especially if they're on the superintendent's advisory committee, they are there with operations as well as board members and have much more influence that way, and the questions can be answered correctly in the first time by the appropriate group or people, and they can gather community input as well from that. I think what the group is doing is very community focused. I'm actually really thrilled about all the plans they have for the, they've actually done an Asian American Week and efforts around that. So there's a great many plans around community outreach, which I think is great. And I'd be hesitant for the board to be, slowing that down. Because I think once we've set our policy and once we've set our goals, I think a lot of this is trial and error and is reaching out and hearing people and getting perspectives. And the board has many of its own avenues to do that, where all 5 of us need to be educated around this as opposed to just one. So I'm hesitant to make this a real position where we put the cart in front of the horse till they've had more time to get up to speed.
I guess my only question is, I have no idea what they're doing. So I don't know if you're getting information at the PTA council meeting or what. So I'm just telling you that I have no idea in terms of any specifics that they're doing. So I'm not getting that information, but okay, Tam.
But even though we don't know what's happening right now, just thinking about the structure, that this is so important at the council level, the PTA council, to have this position, and they're all coming together from the different schools. I think it's important to have board support and representation so that they know that they have like quick access to, the board. And when we talk about DEI, it's really this umbrella that we look at everything, right? So actually, I would encourage that this would be a position that the VP or the president of the board is always assigned to show the importance of like how we value and that we place our, VP or a president to be the liaison into this DEI committee. So that would be my recommendation.
That's actually a good responsibility for the vice president to have in general. It seems like that could go kind of automatically along with that post, because the vice president doesn't have as much to do as the president in terms of like, communications, et cetera. So I don't know, that seems like a reasonable idea.
Then just kind of overall, it sounds like you're in support of it.
Yeah, I'm in support of that. At the start of this discussion, it sounded to me like people were talking about potentially putting like one of us on each of the building level DEI committees. And I was like, that doesn't sound very efficient. Like that doesn't sound like that's nice from a board outreach perspective. And it would be great to hear us, to hear what they're doing in all the schools, but it's not very efficient in terms of people's use of people's times and kind of like having to funnel all the information in and then kind of collate it. So yeah, one person having the responsibility makes more sense.
I wasn't proposing it. I was
yeah. No. I mean,
it
was a universe of possibilities, right? And I was kind of like,
I totally agree. I think, well, number one is that the PTA asked us to participate.
Yeah.
I think that's important that we're responsive. I think that they're, we've got lots of important partners, but, they're really high up on the list. I see it a lot like Brian does in terms of, the same person who's on the equity advisory. And it's sad to me that the individuals who have these positions are not on the equity advisory. So hopefully they'll come on this year, which I imagine will be intentional.
They started coming to the last meeting, and then they're on the permanent list now. So they weren't on the first 2 or 3 meetings, and I think it was just as they were coming on board, but they're on it now.
Excellent. So I think in terms of establishing and maintaining those relationships, I think, and that's fine. I mean, I think it's perfectly appropriate that it be the vice president who then is likely to go into the president role. And then the vice president is just our representative for the superintendent's equity advisory. I know that throws a kink in the whole 3-year thing. When Brian first, was volunteered for that, I don't think that, I think it was Brian's request that he continue on, which everyone was fine with. But I think that, I don't know that it's necessary. We can reassess at the time and see what everyone thinks, but I like that. I mean, I think it's important to move it around because it is important work for all of us to be doing. And I think that demonstrates that when it's different representatives. I see it very much in line, in fact, exactly how the legislative representative participates with PTA council advocacy. And then the PTA council advocacy, they work with the school advocacy. So, I mean, to me, it makes perfect sense to do it that way. That's my opinion. So you want to go around again? Does anyone have any comments based on things that they've heard other people say?
Well, yeah, just the additional argument in favor of it being the vice president is that means that somebody who is present at the agenda setting meetings has this stuff like top of their mind, So that's an additional kind of argument in favor of it. That makes sense.
What do we think the role is of the person on this committee? I mean, we've varied in a variety of ways, from active participant to observer to question and answer person. Whereas in advocacy is obviously a much more direct role. You're collecting feedback and advocating, or putting a stand on for a particular position. It's not just a bystander type of role for legislative advocacy. So the question around this is, what type of role is this? Is it an active participant?
Brian?
Well, for me, I've always taken it that, I'm a guest in the room. This is their meeting, and I'm there as a matter of service to them. By being a liaison to the board, I can answer quick questions. If they ask me directly, what do Brian, think about this? I might pontificate slightly, but really my focus is on sharing what the board has expressly stated. Here's the position of the board. Here's what the board has said. Here's what the board might do. Here's an avenue where you could approach the board to get that if the board hasn't explicitly stated that. But it's really there as a service to that community partner, to have that direct line kind of to the board, that tether. And then it's my job to bring that information back to you, the rest of the board. Here's what we discussed, here's the highlights. And then anytime there's an issue that comes up where they need a quick question, I need to know this number or this, whatever, I'm not sure who to go to in the district, but I have a board liaison I can talk to. And then they can connect me to the right administrative staff or whoever. So I've always seen it, if you're asked to participate in a group exercise, wonderful. And if you're able to get out of the way of that group exercise and be an authentic partner in that, great. But really, for me, it's always been just, how can I be of service to the group? What information do you want? Let me answer questions for you, and then get out of your way. And thank you for letting me observe the rest of your meeting so I can tell the board what's up.
I've always, I consider myself more of a, quiet participant. I don't, it's building relationships. It's, people want to hear and be reassured that what they're hearing from their building is actually happening, or what the board's position is. And then also in terms of kind of explaining the why sometimes. I think those are really important roles. I think that we all need to really focus on our board reports and make sure that we're all sharing the information that we get from our PAC meetings, especially, and the superintendent advisory, but the PAC meetings. And, it is, depending on, in my years in terms of serving on different PACs, they're all you know, a little bit different. I seem to be a little bit more of a participant in the high school pack this year because it's lots of new kind of COVID things. And in the past, when I've been on Northwood and Island Park and the middle school, you know, I was getting information that the board has already received about, you know, MTSS and things like that. So obviously, you know, I'm not adding to that, that's operations. But I am able to hear you know, the questions and comments that the parents and teachers are making and the way that the administrators see it and are explaining it to their community. So, you know, that's really worthwhile for me. But I think it's more than, you know, kind of being an outsider looking in. I see it as we're a member of the PAC or the committee, whatever it might be. It's not our meeting, we're not running it, but we're certainly a member of it. And I think important one, I think that the people who are there appreciate the board's participation, board members' participation. You know, and if we didn't say anything, it's kind of like, well, why are you here? So I don't know, that's kind of how I see it. I don't think we have to really define it. I don't think we really need to define it. I think, you know, we're individuals that make up a board. Obviously we have to speak, you know, based on board decisions. But I don't think that, I don't see a problem at all. I mean, I assume, Brian, when you guys are doing that you consider yourself an active member of the Superintendent's Equity Advisory and you participate fully and make comments that, you know, aren't necessarily a board position because it can be a very personal thing and experience. I mean, to me, it's the same kind of thing.
Yeah, by nature of that, there's a lot of group work and small group work that happens in that. So I'm expected to be a participant in that small group. So, and if I can function as a scribe or whatever, I try to encourage others to speak for the group and not be the spokesperson of the group. But yeah, no, there's times where you are an active participant in that group exercise. It's project-based learning.
Do we want to take a vote? Do we want to go around and say preference in terms of yes or no? And the proposal seems to be vice president who will then serve on the Superintendent's Equity Advisory. I don't know if you guys have another meeting this year, probably one last one. I'm not suggesting that be taken over right now, but in September when we modify things, that can happen. I'm seeing lots of head nods. So is that kind of the consensus? People feel differently? Speak up. No one feels differently. Okay, so it sounds like the consensus is that we will accept the PTA's invitation to have a board representative on the council-wide DEI committee, that it will be the vice president who will then also serve starting in September on the Superintendent's Equity Advisory. Yeah, okay, sounds good. I will reach out to PTA Council President and let her know. Maggie Ty, unless you want to. You want to? Okay, Maggie Ty will do that.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, moving on to Board Policy 1005, Board Officer and Board Member Duties Community Update. So, so Maggie Ty and I have been talking about, you know, community's concern regarding lack of communication from the board in general, and ways to improve that. One of the ideas we had was to do some sort of, you know, kind of state of the district letter, you know, publication, something to the community just to kind of update the community on the work that the board is doing and keeping it at a board level. The idea is that you know, well, lots of, I think, positives is number one, it's yet another way to communicate. As we know, we need lots of different ways. Number two, that really can hopefully model the role of the board versus operations based on what we talk about. You know, I was hoping to kind of start it sooner rather than later so that we had something to go into, you know, the summer, and then, you know, to kind of have us ready to go. I think now with our announcement from Superintendent Klosky that it's going to be more important than ever. And I think that once the board makes a decision on a transition plan, that would help kind of be the focus of that first communication. We can talk about whether or not a communication is even necessary or appropriate, how we want to do it, whether we want to do like a one-time thing and reassess, if we want to agree to do ongoing, who we want to do them, how we want to have them done. So, you know, the challenge is, and not to be non-transparent, but, you know, if you're working on, you know, a report, you don't want to publish the drafts of the report. You want to wait until you have it how you want it to be seen. And Open Public Meeting Act doesn't allow us to do that. And it, like I said, it's not hiding anything. It's that you want to make sure that the message is what you want it to be. No one works on things like that in public. And so, you know, that's a challenge with this. So it seems very weird to me that we would, you know, post a communication and then approve it or not. And then it goes out when everyone would see whatever's posted. So, you know, I mean, if you want to address things like that too, you know, that is definitely a challenge that would need to be problem solved. So Maggie Tai, since you and I talked about it, do you want to just kind of add anything?
Yeah, so, oh, am I muted? Sorry. Nope. Okay, sorry, I'm having trouble with my mute capacity tonight. I guess I am always looking for ways for the board to communicate better with the general public, whether that's parents or students or just community members, you know, and I feel like this year especially there's been so much upheaval as the school district has had to pivot repeatedly to kind of, you know, catch what COVID and what the government has been throwing at us in terms of like how we're allowed to be open and so forth. I thought it would be nice to kind of close out the year with sort of like as Deborah says, like a state of the district kind of, you know, like where are we right now, and you know how are we looking forward to the next, you know, to the next year and towards recovering from this. But I do see the problems with trying to draft something like this. Like if the 5 of us were to sit here and try and draft a letter together, we'd be here till like 4 a.m. tomorrow morning and we still wouldn't have gotten through the rest of the business on the agenda. So I guess I'm curious, first of all, just to hear what other board members think of the idea of drafting something like that in general, before we even would look at the logistics of it.
Yeah. Anyone want to, Tam?
Oh, Mike, I always appreciate how you're always an advocate for more communication and better communication. And so I'm all for this letter for state of the district. But I also like to have a time to talk about more of our larger strategies. And, you know, being new, and I guess I can't use new anymore, but still, I mean, there's so many things changing that I do feel where I don't know where things are board initiated and where we are just an extension of administration and, you know, communicating the same thing. So I would like conversation on about how do we kind of do, and sometimes I feel like, because it's COVID, we've been kind of reactive in addressing certain issues, right? But, you know, conversation on maybe every quarter or every, you know, 3-4 months, how do we have a board meeting with, just like a board engagement with communities, right? And then in between have, you know, once a year have this letter, but I like it to be embedded in what something that we're going to do as a strategy instead of just this one letter. right? I would like to talk about larger of how do we start as a board. And you know, what we just started was the board doc, the board news, right? The newsletter, right? That's a great start. But then how do we start to build out throughout the year in communicating to the community, our perspective, and then on a regular cycle and not, you know, reactive to issues. So I would, yeah, I support that.
David?
I've been interrogated by various groups so far, and getting to feel a little bit of the hot seat as Fred actually feels sometimes. And I think, you know, the useful thing would be if we could have linkages with community members that allowed for dialogue. Number one is that there's a dialogue between board and community. Number two, I don't think, and what has been happening is the linkage has been a way for people to question our administration in public, which, you know, and the board pontificates and sits back. And I don't think that's necessarily fair. That's not a fair place for the administration to be in. I think if we could have linkages where the only people who could answer questions were board members, and at that point, board members are more focused on what their goals and thought processes are, as opposed to questioning, is the administration doing something or not? If somebody asks me, what do you think about diversity and equity? I'll say, these are my values and these are my goals. And as a board, we need to agree on this, as opposed to putting the administration on the hot seat around that. And so I think that causes a different level of accountability for board members. It addresses, you know, what's the administration's job, what's the board's job. It addresses the values we see and allows a deeper discussion into things than we are actually getting with email. Email is a monologue, and I think Fred has talked about monologues being bad and not getting the depth of conversation we want. I super appreciate Fred's, you know, what are we doing for fall email and all the rigor that went into that. And I don't know if the board could even come close to matching that, but I do think people want to know what board members are thinking, what our values are, and then how do we apply that to the district at the appropriate time and with the appropriate candor and thoughtfulness and knowledge of all the other things that board members have. So my preference is linkages with dialogue, less presentation, less interrogation or no interrogation of administration allowed, and it's interrogation of board members. And I think that would help in so many ways with building trust with the community. So that's kind of where I'd sit.
So David, I totally agree with you. My concern is that for the most part, no one asks us about policy. They ask about operations. And so they don't care what our values are. I mean, I don't think they care that much about our values. They want to know what's happening with my kid and what's happening with my kid's school. So I hear you. And if that's how the linkage sessions actually went, I totally agree with you. I don't like that there's been meetings that our administration has been attacked. I think it violates the civility policy. I think it's our duty as board directors to raise that and stop it. But I don't know that we're going to get community members to come and talk about policies or our individual values. So, and I also, my other concern with that, and just so, you know, everyone can kind of address it, is because I've been thinking about this a long time, is what about everyone else, like the couple people that come to these meetings? And then I'm trying to get this my intention is to get this message to our entire community about here's what the board is doing and here's what our, philosophy and focus and policies are. So I think they're two really different things. So that's just my reaction to, but I agree with you. I don't like the way the linkage sessions, the way that they're like these reports about what we're doing. And I don't like that either. So personally.
It's not just the report though. I think it's kind of the interrogation is focused on the wrong people. It should be focused on board members. And I do think anything about operations, absolutely anything about operations could be translated into board values and policy. And whether or not we have a policy around that is a different thing. But just about anything in operations can be turned into what goal is it serving, and what's the board's value in that? How does it relate to our fundamentals? How does it relate to our mission, vision, and values? It can be translated. And the other aspect is communication could be viewed as bad from the board isn't communicating well. We don't know what the board does. I don't know if more one-way email accomplishes our goal of satisfying that need. It doesn't help educate people on what the board does.
I have some thoughts, but I would love to
wait,
hear
I
from
wanna-
Brian first.
Oh, okay, yeah, and I see Dr. Brundle's hand. I assume that's intentional. Yeah, I want to let me let Brian go first, and then we'll jump to Dr. Brundle.
Yeah, I'm really torn on this. I mean, the reason I'm involved with the board now is because I'm one of those people that leans in. I've got burning questions. I'm curious, and I fall down rabbit holes all the time. That's what led me to leadership in the PTA unit. It's what led me to attending board meetings. It led me to run for office and be here. And I understand that's not the reality for the majority of people. They're just trying to live their lives, make sure their kids are safe and educated, and are just trying to navigate like all of us. To me, the work of the board is one of the most transparent things that this district does, because we're required by law to do everything we do in the public eye. It's very rare that we ever meet privately. It's because there's a piece of confidential information being discussed that cannot be shared in the public eye. Otherwise, there's an audio recording, there are transcripts, there's minutes, there's video. We're readily available through email. We will respond. If you call us, we'll pick up the phone and talk to you. So I think the work of the board is really transparent. I think the work of the board is also really, really boring, unless you're somebody like me, right? Or us. I love to get into the policy, and by definition, and specifically, whether or not you agree with policy/coherent governance or not, it is the model we have currently. And our job as a board is to be at the highest, most level, creating policy with the broadest brush, and allowing the people that we hire and put into place operationalize that and put that into procedure and to make that work and to hire the other staff. And that's done that way for a reason, because Dr. Rundle is an expert in these things, because Superintendent Koloski is an expert. This has taken years of training and very specific training in their profession to be able to understand how to work these systems. And it's the reason they're hired in to do these jobs. I can't run a school district. I can't be a superintendent of school district. I can't do Ty's job. I try to understand it as best I can. There's no way I could do Ty's job. I can't do Aaron's job. There's no way I could do that. That's their job. My job is to come together on behalf of the community, on behalf of our students and our taxpayers and our residents, and ensure that every child has access to the resources and the tools and supports they need to create their future. And you know what? That's embedded in policy. We say that in our very first policy. It's in our vision, mission, and values. And that's what we do as a board. So I think somehow streamline, like really pulling that away from operations and away from the work of the administration, and being really boring about it and saying, yep, over the last year, here's what we've done. For policy wonks, it's been really exciting and intense. I feel like Captain Jack Sparrow, you know, on the Black Pearl. This has been a crazy year, but for most people, it's really not exciting at all. But I think people conflate that with, they're really passionate about a piece of operation. They're really passionate about a procedure or a piece of curriculum or what this principal is doing at the school. And that's not what the board is tasked to do, and really not where we should be at all. But they want to have this communication through the board so that they can put the administration in the hot seat and ask those really pointed questions in a very public space. Now, I'm all for placing the administration in the hot seat in a public space and getting them to answer questions. I got no problem with that. But that's at a town hall, or there's an appropriate venue for that. And a board meeting to me is not the appropriate venue. A board meeting should be an hour, 2 hours long, high level information given. Is it meeting the policy? Is it meeting the metrics that we're requiring? And then we're retuning and changing those metrics and making sure the questions we're asking are pertinent. But it's become this big production and this big show. And it feels that way at the city hall to me, because we've got the cameras and the microphones and everybody's facing forward, and it's very theatrical to me. Whereas I want to get the board down around the table where we're looking in each other's eyes and we're looking with our lead learner, who's a part of this leadership team, and the people that the lead learner brings forward. And we're having authentic conversations, meaningful conversations on how we can change policy at the highest, broadest level to make meaningful impact for our students. And to hold our fiduciary responsibility for our taxpayers and for the state, and that we're holding to the letter of the law. So I think the newsletter is great. A recap, here's the boring stuff we did. Here's the link to thing. Something came up in the DA2 conference. Issaquah School District has a YouTube site where they post the board meeting, and it's linked to the agenda. So if you only want to see this piece, it automatically links you to just that segment. You don't have to watch 2 hours of board meetings to get to it. I think that's the way we could be more transparent as a board. I think updates through the newsletter, here's what we accomplished, here's what we did great. I think if you want to send out a state of the board address, I think that's perfectly fine to say, here's what the board has done, separated totally from operation, because the district does the state of the district, where they'll produce the numbers and the budgets, and it's a glossy, beautiful little piece of work. Let them do that, and the experts, and understand that we're elected officials with a heavy responsibility to represent our community. In order to be a representative of our community, we have to be open to hearing from our community and being held accountable to our community, of picking up the phone when they call, of answering the questions honestly and sincerely, and to being authentic and vulnerable with the decisions we make and transparent. And that's our job. And we are paid appropriately for that. We're way underpaid for that, but because we don't get paid anything. I think it's important to separate that out and let the professionals do the work the professionals do, and let us do the negotiations at the highest policy level on behalf of our community and accountability. So if it solves something, I think that's fine. I don't know how it creates two-way conversation. I'm with David, I'm all for, and you've heard me say it countless times, I'm all for linkage sessions. I'm all for study sessions where we are learning along with our community and having group work and learning together with our community. I think there's nothing more beautiful than that. I think that's how we create communication. So was that long enough? I could go on.
Fred, thank you, Brian.
Just as a reminder, just contextually for the board, especially as you've got, as you've had conversations about those linkages, and something we missed out on this year that we've had in the past, and sometimes they're more well attended than others, but those are your board site visits to each school, and we didn't have that this year. And so remembering that is another avenue that you've used as a board in the past to not only visit a school and get into classrooms and see things, but inviting parents in, and it's been during the school day. And so maybe there's more creative ways, but that's also given you a chance to meet with staff members and have those. So as we resume those will be more opportunities for you to engage with community in some of those more authentic ways that you're talking about. So I think, this year was different, but we'll get back into that next year. And so you can build from there. So there have been some things that you've done that just haven't continued this year.
Maggie Ty? Wait, you went on mute. You were off and then you went on. Okay.
Sorry, do you want to hear from Tam though?
Well, you had said something first, so it's up to you to defer.
Go first. Okay, fine. Thank you. I'm not hearing broad support for like a state of the board letter unless it's reconceived as Brian's describing it, like truly a state of the board, like not a state of the district, truly state of the board. Like this is what the board has been focused on this year, which we could certainly do, but I'm not sure if that's really getting at kind of like what you and I were hoping to get at. I'm happy to do that if anyone thinks anyone will read it. As Brian knows, probably wouldn't be quite that fascinating, but so I guess that's one question, like what, as we continue this discussion, is like, are people interested in that? Because that's the thing that we could do. We could look back over the year and be like, this is what the board did this year. This is where the board is at right now, kind of. That's one thing. I feel like I am hearing a kind of consensus that maybe we need to reimagine what those linkage meetings are like, because I have to say I have yet to attend a linkage meeting where I was like, wow, that was some amazing two-way communication. I feel linked up with, whatever group it is that we're supposed to be meeting with, like never. So that would be a topic for us to discuss at another time, because we still have a lot of agenda to get through tonight. So, but I would love to have a longer discussion about how we could use those meetings better, because there's all these lovely, well-intentioned people like spending a lot of time preparing to come to these meetings with us. And then I feel like nobody's really satisfied with the outcome really of those meetings. So, and we don't even get cookies anymore. Like we used to at least get those amazing cookies for Carol.
Good point. Tam?
Yeah, Maggie Ty, I think the letter, it has to be like, what's the purpose of the letter? How is it different from the administration's letter, and how is, from the board? And I'm really hearing what David's saying about the linkage session, is that I think ultimately the community wants, they want us to hear them. And it's an opportunity for them to express their concern. And it may be operational concern. And if it is, then we're like, thanks, now we know, and we'll look into it for you. And I really think that's our role. And, and certainly right now, a lot of our linkage section has been just information giving, instead of just sitting there. And as David's saying, having people ask us, right? How are you going to do this to support me? And I feel it's actually very appropriate for us to advocate. We hear small concerns, individual concerns, then we advocate on a larger, and we look at the policy and the system, how we can change it. But maybe that's where people aren't feeling that there has been these opportunities for us to, for them to tell us. And we have linkage sessions with like certain groups in the community, but then there are so many who aren't involved in those groups. And so then they miss out on an opportunity to express their concerns with us. And so that's when I mentioned about how do we think about just, maybe twice a year, general community, session, and you don't have to belong to any groups. Right, but you can still pop in and kind of, do a Q&A. I just think that they just need to tell us their concerns, and that we are accountable, and that they see the impact somewhere.
So interesting, because we used to do the community linkage and we never had any attendance. So I suggested that we change it to PTA, who represents the community. So I think we're all looking for the same things, and we're just trying to find ways to do it. We have been talking about, like Maggie Ty and Donna and Fred and I have been talking about really what is the purpose of our meetings, as we've kind of gotten, because of COVID and the reports started, they've gotten very operational. And so really we've just started talking about how, as we do the calendar, I think we initially we start the calendar in June, and then final approval in August, I think. So this will be on the agenda to talk about. So think about this between now and June, our June meeting, in terms of what linkage sessions do you want to see? How do you want to see them go? One of the things Dawn and I were just talking about this week was, do we want to separate out our meetings? And once a month we have, meetings that really that address the board's business. So compliance and blah, 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 all those things, resolutions that we have to approve and things like budget stuff and everything we have to approve. And then we do a study session where it's much more of a conversational, we're not really taking action on anything. So that's something that she and I actually literally had our first conversation about, I think yesterday. So as we move, we really got off topic this year, I think necessarily. I think it was a nature of what we needed to do with COVID and creating new educational systems, but I think that there's a lot of support. I'm seeing faces. So I think there's a lot of support to really examine our calendar and make sure that we're really doing the business that we want to do. So I'm still not going to give up on this letter thing. And I agree that it should be policy. And if any drafts of anything were too much, totally hear that feedback. But I think that I am totally open to trying it. And I want to hear from the community, but I don't think they're going to come asking the questions or they're going to come asking questions that we're not going to give them answers to. And that's very frustrating for community members. But like I said, totally open to, I hope, because we get a lot of criticism about, the board doesn't do anything and they don't address my concerns and blah, 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 which matters to me, right? It matters to all of us because this is why we do it. And so we just need to continue to talk about ways that we can address those within the bounds of our responsibility. Brian?
I'll try to be brief. A rabbit hole that I find myself in the middle of right now is I've been inspired to slog through Hattie's Visible Learning. And so I'm about 7 chapters in. But from the metadata that's presented, some of the most meaningful feedback that we're going to get and assessments that we're going to receive and how we're doing our jobs and how we can improve is going to be from our students. And so I want to hear from Morgan and Paul here on this, but also I want to see more linkage sessions with our students, student affinity groups, different levels where we're having authentic conversation with our students. And it's great that we do that in the site visits, but I want to get more authentic feedback from our students and their assessment of how we're doing our job and how we can do better.
Morgan, Paul?
I think one thing I feel like students within the district will always have concerns, but they never really know who to go to. And I think that it's like, do you go to your principal, or does the principal have like the superintendent above them, and then they have the board? So I do think that transparency between the board and students through like linkage sessions could be something that could be helpful. It's just how much like participation there really is. And that's the hard thing with students. It's like you have to engage them somehow, or have to have it like advertise it or promote it enough, or just like almost give them a reason to come. But I think students always would like to have their concerns heard. So yeah, that's my take on it.
Morgan, anything?
Yeah, I definitely agree with what Paul said. I feel like students honestly can be some of the biggest critics, and I hear like a lot of concerns often, but I think people, like Paul said, don't really know like where to take their concerns, and so they're just kind of like telling their friends and telling other people like, I hate how this is happening, or this is so confusing. And so I guess just kind of clarifying like the channels of how to get your concerns addressed could be beneficial, and just having all these like kind of concerns flying around with no kind of resolutions.
I know. I almost wish there could be like, maybe Morgan, this is something you'd work on next year, like a flow chart of like who to ask your question, because I feel like that's one thing that students never really know. And it's like, is this serious enough to bring to my teacher or bring to my principal, or is this something that would be like a district level change? And so, yeah.
I think that's great feedback. And you know, Fred and Aaron both know in terms of, you know, parents don't know where to go either. So I think I love that idea. And, you know, we can offer gift cards and Dick's Burgers or something. And I know that's what brings students out. So, right. Or something else.
I mean, I'll take gift cards.
Feed me, give me money. Yeah. Maggie Ty.
I was just going to say, just piggybacking on what you said about board members thinking about between now and the June meeting, thinking about what groups we would like to kind of liaise with. I think also it would be great to hear from the community. It would be great to hear from students, you know, like what they would find helpful in terms of like a chance to address the school board. I mean, back when we still did site visits in person, we had some great Q&A with high school students during our MIHS site visit. So hopefully we'll be able to get back to that next year.
Yeah, I mean, like jokes aside, like there's obviously incentives to it, but I think the one thing that would make a student feel the best was just like at least making them feel their concern is like heard, but then also seeing like a change happen is something that it's like I did that and my voice was heard. So it's like,
and some of that, Paul, is like about closing the feedback loop. It's like letting people know like, hey, you know, the district is now doing this cool thing, and guess where the idea came from, right? Like it came from a student at the high school. You know?
And I actually think like sometimes, I mean, like I don't know how to say this, but like the district could almost, I don't want to say like gloat or like boast things, because I feel like sometimes students ask for ask like, why aren't we doing this? But we really are. It's like that concern has been heard before, and the change has been made. And sometimes students just aren't aware of it, and they just kind of cycle the same complaints when it's like there are people that's their job and that's what people are working on. And that's something that I know that I've said myself, like I hear students say stuff and it's like, that's happening. You just don't see it because it's behind the scenes. So.
I know with the Schools Foundation, we put a stamp on things that said, brought to you by the Schools Foundation, just to get that knowledge out there for every textbook. We regularly promote that, and we should have a student did this sticker, and that could just as easily be promoted. And I will say though that a great deal of support for some of the social justice initiatives, the diversity and equity and education around, you know, races and religions were student initiated, and super valued and improved by so many community groups, school groups, and the school board. But you're right. None of those have a sticker on it that says a student did this, and it's too bad.
I also want to touch base on what Paul, when you said that students need to know if they say something that there's impact, and that's actually the key to community engagement, because if people share their concerns and then they don't feel any response, that's when they start to get disengaged, right? And that's where, with a lot of BIPOC communities, why people don't get involved. And so for us as elected official, we just need to do our due diligence and be consistent and show up, whether people show up or not. And we have to gain their trust. And after people see that, you know, what they say have impact, I guarantee you people will start to be engaged. But a lot of our lack of engagement is because the system has not been responsive. So thank you, Paul, for bringing that up for us to remind when, so we can't put it on the community is not involved, is because we haven't shown them a reason to.
I want to be cognizant of the time and our agenda, and I think this is a great conversation. And I think it's one that we should continue at our study session, assuming we have time to put it in there, and really put some time, you know, just as another thought. I've had teachers say to me, you know, can't we do a teachers linkage session? And, you know, that, you know, I would love that. And we really do interact with teachers at our site visits. But, you know, I know we do MIAA, but there's lots of people that aren't involved in the union for whatever reason it might be, but have things they want to address. So anyways, put thought into this. we will have a very robust discussion and really challenge ourselves about what do we want our calendar to look like to address our business. We've been status quo for a while, and it's time to, I think, really start addressing those things. So thank you, everyone. I think this was a great discussion. Fred, did you have something?
Nope.
Okay, you just went off, you're just off mute. I just saw that. So, okay. Moving on, because we're in now hour number 5. Post monitoring language review. So going to board policy 1006, committees. Any motions? Hearing none. Moving on to board policy 1009, board members code of conduct, language review. Any motions? Moving on to board policy 1010, board member conflict of interest, language review. Any motions? Moving on to board policy 1011, process for addressing board member violations, language review. Any motions?
I'd like to suggest we consider for the future that we do a dance off as one component of that.
Is that a motion? No. Okay. Thank you. Any motions? I thought it was funny. We're just not together to interact. And that's one thing that we miss, right? What I was thinking was no one wants to see me do a dance off. That's actually what was going through my head. Board policy 1800 OE7, financial administration. I think that we've all kind of hit the wall, and I'm wondering if this is going to be a bit more of a conversation. I'm wondering if we want to bump this to the next meeting. I'm seeing, Ty, you okay with that? Because I know you put some work in this. Okay. Anyone opposed to bumping it? Okay. I think, like I said, I can't even think straight right now. So I appreciate that for my own sake. Okay, making a note. Then moving, so we will move. So do we need a thumbs up? I got head nods, so we're good. Okay. Consent agenda, looking for a motion.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as published.
Second.
Any discussion? Motion is to approve the consent agenda as published. Indicate approval by saying aye or yay or something. And any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Consent agenda is approved by a vote of 5-0. Superintendent's report.
Just a couple things to add in. Tonight is the opening screening of Theory of Relativity. That opened tonight for its first viewing, and then it will continue all the way through May 22nd. And in the last update, and I think I'll have it in your board update tomorrow, links to that if you want to take a look. Very appropriate topic in terms of everything we've been talking around inclusion and equity and access and in this performance. So I'm excited to see it. I think tomorrow night is the evening that I'm going to view, but a lot of hard work went into that, and it's fascinating to see, typically the production time is, that time when, everything comes together, and in a sense, they had to bring everything together ahead of time. And now it's more of a different scene, but excited for those students. And then as you've talked tonight, I've been taking notes for the June retreat and study session. The way we're envisioning it now is looking at June 24th. We would do an AM or a daytime study session, and then do the regular meeting in the evening, but try not to have too large of a gap because we also know family time. So more can be discussed on that. Send feedback to President Lurie or myself on that, but that's what we're looking at is June 24th. I'll have that in your board update as well, and that's it.
Thank you. Moving on to board announcements, inquiries, and reports. Legislative representative report.
So if you'll turn to section 6A of the agenda, there's language in there that's been proposed. This is coming out of partially our root group. Cassandra Sage, director in Lake Washington School District, worked with several other directors within our region and outside the region to create this legislative proposal that would address remote learning and the opportunity to access remote learning and multiple modalities of learning moving forward, and treating it as FTE, so fully funding as opposed to an alternative learning experience, which would be partially funded. I see Ty saying yes, yes. So what we're looking for today, the deadline for this, for proposals is coming up on the 14th, so tomorrow. So we're looking if the board would like to co-sign on with us and show support for this legislative proposal as it moves forward to the General Assembly.
Will you just give a little bit more background in terms of like what is the funding rate now versus what is being asked and how that impacts us? Just a little more detail.
So I believe that currently on the ALE, alternative learning environment, which is MI online is an ALE, it's funded at 70% of FTE. Am I correct on that, Director Bergstrom?
So I thought it was 75. But
it fluctuates based on, I mean, there are so many factors that go into it based on whether or not you're an online, partially online. And so I think the max you can get is roughly 75, pushing 80%. But you tend not to get that much because some students are participating differently. And it's a very difficult process for districts to have to manage and track because of the different ways that students participate. It would be much better to have a more common definition about the banks of the river of what it needs to be, and then we get the funding that follows. And so that's why this is being supported also by administrators and others in terms of just, we're thinking more creatively about education, and education doesn't have to happen inside of a school day. There are other ways to do it, but it still costs money to do it and to do it well.
And this is a pretty broad umbrella. I'm sorry. Because obviously a district like Mercer Island doesn't have the capacity or scale to create its own online academy, which some are starting to refer to these modalities. But regionally, we might be able to pair with others. Like I know we pair with Spokane Public Schools for part of our coursework and stuff. So for a cooperative to be formed between districts to be able to offer something like this and yet have a student also be part of our district and access like mental health supports, counseling, and sports and those things would be a really tricky hoop to get through. I don't know that we could thread that needle, but this proposal provides WASDA the language for them to go to the table and thread that needle. So this is basically offering the strategic advocacy team the opportunity to go to Olympia and go even to the, the Federal Relations Network and the work happening, the National School Boards Association, and be partners in this conversation. Currently, we don't have language, either permanent or legislative, that addresses this particular concern with WASDA.
And I think to put it more simply, and Brian, correct me if I'm, or Ty, correct me if I'm wrong, but basically we lose money when our students choose to do alternatives. And this means that full funding would follow our students so that we can educate them the best. And, for all the reasons that have been said, it's so minimal as it is, our students deserve that. And, it's our obligation to provide those services. But the state seems to just take it away if our students want a different option. And yet I know we support them more than many districts do by having liaisons, at Crest or whatever, if there's an online class. But if they're, if they go to a program at say Bellevue College, if they do they continue to stay. We want them to continue to say Mercer Island High School students or middle school or whatever. So that's what this is all about. And I'm thrilled to hear the support that it got from the other stakeholders. So unfortunately, the deadline is tomorrow. So we need to take a vote on whether or not we want to sign on as sponsors, sign on as supporters.
We'd be signatories. We'd be just joining other school districts and supporting it. It'll still go through legislative committee, which will give a recommendation, and it'll go up for vote. It'll face amendments and whatever. And so if the board feels that you didn't have enough time to review this and you look to support it in the future, you'll certainly have that opportunity. I have no doubt this will be going to General Assembly. It's just, do we want our little stamp on it as well?
Do we see any, are there any negatives to this, at least from, our side? I'm sure the legislature has some negatives, but do we see any from our side that have been raised?
Operationally and educationally, there are really upsides to this for us, and especially as it's being formulated, there's not any things. This won't limit us in any way. It's only going to expand opportunity for us.
Any questions or comments? Sorry, Brian, I'm taking away. This is all you.
I do think one challenge we have faced is calculus BC only being provided online, but not being provided with a teacher. So if we end up in a strategy where advanced courses end up moving fully online and don't have the benefit of a teacher, then this is kind of a negative. In that respect, I mean, we do appreciate, so I can see where it's expanding, it's good. Where it's adding courses we didn't have, but where it's taking classrooms away, then we've had complaints around that.
Director D'Souza is absolutely right, and that's why certain groups would be leery of this conversation, because there are areas where it doesn't benefit students and doesn't provide the right modality. This would get that decision down to a local level. It's not prescriptive. It provides more opportunity. And certainly the legislature will want to ensure that our assessments are in place to ensure that it's a quality education. But again, this just gets us a seat at the table to discuss the topic.
And, we've been part of some discussions. Director Prescott, Director Ronzer were both part of an ESD consortium of districts having a conversation about how we can think more strategically as a ESD, which then would help to close some of those holes and enhance some of the curricular opportunities. So I think the one you bring up, Director D'Souza, is a good one of, calculus BC, when you don't have enough students to run a full class, what do you do? Well, what if we had other districts that we were part of with it and we could combine them? Then we can have a teacher and they're an online teacher, and we're collecting the funding at a higher rate, which means then that we can disperse that as a group. So, as we're starting to think strategically and not being so insulated as a single district, I think we can expand opportunities for students, and, expanded funding for that, because it truly is still learning, seems to be a positive. But I agree, it's also preliminary, and it's just to continue opening the conversation.
So with that, can I get a temperature gauge, unless there's something else of those who would like to support it? Okay, then I will go in and add Mercer Island's name to that before the deadline closes. Thank you for that. Pardon me. So let's see, the rest of the legislative report. So our last meeting with Eastside King County partners, we met with Seattle King County Public Health and the King County Council. And we had Council Member Kathy Lambert was with us, and Madeline Cavazos was with us as well. So a couple of things that stood out. Director Patty Hayes talked to us about creating incentives and the conversations around incentives to get vaccinated. Because we're now at that point where we have a surplus of vaccines because we're now hitting that wall of vaccine hesitancy. So she really recommended that we collaborate with the governor's office and public health at the state level on creating and generating communications and how we can share out communications through our school community to help incentivize more people getting involved. I sense that we're not having that challenge with our students, certainly not 12 and up, if the last couple of days have been an indication. Also hearing that Seattle-King County Public Health, along with Washington State Public Health, has an unprecedented legislative investment of $147 million to foundational public health services. That's really important. So this is a time for us to lean in to our partners at Public Health and let them know how they could spend their dollars to help our students. Sarah Regal, thank you. Says there's updated messaging for matchmaking between vaccine providers and school-based pop-up clinics. Well, Mercer Island and Costco, that's old news to us now because that pop-up is happening. So that's really exciting. And Sarah has been our point of contact with Seattle-King County Public Health, and she's amazing. So I just want to publicly shout out. She's been a really wonderful partner. And then there's an invitation from Preeti Modi Pan, who also is with Seattle-King County Public Health. Invite everyone to share hesitancies or issues gathered from students and families to better form communication. So as we're finding out through administration stuff, those stories, student stories of vaccine hesitancy, family stories of vaccine hesitancy, if we can share that with public health, it helps them to tell that story and build stronger communications out. Because I know the goal is to get as many people vaccinated as quickly as possible, but we've got to do it in a way that is culturally relevant and makes sense for communities. We can't push too hard. We have to take into account what's culturally appropriate and answer those stories in a meaningful way. The last things are dates. The Equity Conference is coming up. That's through WASA, WASDA, and AWSP. That's May 18th and 19th, so that's next week. So if you haven't, let Kendall know that you wanted to be signed up for that. Let her know ASAP so you can get registered. And the Advocacy Institute, NSBA, for June 8th to 10th is open for registration. And the Summer Equity Online Symposium from the National School Boards Association is also open for registration. So I encourage everyone to participate in those. That's it for the legislative report.
Thank you. Board reports. Who wants? Maggie Ty wants to start. No, you don't have anything. Okay. Anyone? Tam has nothing. David?
Sure. Couple things from the PTA Council. The PTA Council, I believe we were sent an invite, has the awards meeting on Zoom, May 26th at 2 p.m. So I think all board members got an invite and the community did as well. And they also have an Asian Pacific Islander Unity Day on May 23rd, Sunday, 3 to 5 at Emmanuel Church out on the lawn. So any Asian Pacific Islander or advocate or ally is invited to attend that as well. So that's out of their, I believe it's their first big activity from their diversity group, DEI group. Let's see, and then they also did request, they talked about linkages as well and how could we think about board engagement on a linkage with them more closely too. So there was some interest in that. And I think that's about it.
Brian?
Sure. So from the DA2 regional meeting, this was really forward-looking as opposed to focusing too much on COVID in the last year. Some things that came out of our breakout rooms. The question was asked, what changes have you made to your board meetings that you're going to continue? Virtual input option, I think across the board was really meaningful to a lot of boards. Continuing to broadcast, many boards weren't broadcasting their meetings and now are. and they want to continue that. And then I already shared the YouTube, connecting YouTube segments to agenda items was really helpful for Issaquah. Some of the challenges that were turned into opportunities to innovate. Somebody said that their students have got feedback from their students that the ability to private message their teacher in class was a benefit because students felt that they could ask a question without being called out by their classmates. They were able to risk probably a different type of question there, or felt it wasn't as big a risk to ask a question. Hopefully all of our classrooms are working to make sure that taking big risks and asking questions is a part of the learning process. Because if you have the question, somebody else probably has it as well. But they mentioned that that was a silver lining. And another mentioned distilling benchmarks into essentials for learning. So taking those benchmarks, really bringing it down, what are the essentials for this coursework, being able to identify what those goals are, making sure the student identifies what that goals are, and then being able to work towards that through mastery-based assessments was a benefit. And I think I agreed with that, that COVID has forced us to really look at what are the essentials of the coursework that is identified, how can we make that clear to our students, and how can they engage in a way to demonstrate those essentials. So I hope that all of our educators will be capturing that moving forward. And then across all the districts in my breakout rooms, there's just a significant loss of staff and fund balance. This is pretty universal. So there's no shortage of other board members that you can reach out to talk to across the state who are sharing in this experience. And I remind you that you can reach out to as many board members outside of Mercer Island School District to talk with and build partnerships with. I know it certainly kept me sane. Harlan Gallinger out of Issaquah, who's on the board as well, led the meeting. They used Menti, which is a tool to gather real-time input and gather statistics. And we have that printout. So if you're interested in that, Deborah, you got that printout as well, or that link, maybe?
I don't.
It might be in your junk file, but.
Oh, all right. I haven't cleared out my junk in a while.
If anybody's interested in the Menti data, I'm happy to share it with you from the DA2. Just let me know, or let superintendent know, and they can reach out to me and I can share it. From Mercer Island PTA advocacy, let's see, the mental health update from the city. It looks like the city council is looking to possibly July to settle on a resolution discussion around a standalone levy for mental health through youth and family services. So it's good to be keeping eyes on the city council right now for that. Council member Rosenbaum is the liaison from the city, so he's a great partner. Some feedback on streaming full time. Some students, this was only in the first week of the change over to full 5 days a week at the elementary school. And there was an instance where a classroom had only 2 Zoomies, and they were really feeling isolated from the class, like just not feeling a part of it. So hopefully that work has happened to kind of correct that, and everybody's caught pace with that. But that was a concern of wanting to know that they're working to continue to engage the students still out there in Zoom land. There are a lot of questions about the options for ongoing MI online options, which fills into our previous conversation. And the curiosity as to whether that might be able, like a fully remote model might be available if they went with a multi-age cohort. So multi-grade levels, multi-age, kind of similar to what they do with the highly capable program, and whether students might be paired in a situation like that for those families who really are going to be best served in a fully remote model. There were questions about the homework policies across the district. I think we've heard a lot of the timing questions about that from the high school. There were some questions coming from the middle school as well. And I think some recent communications from the district went out addressing that. But it was from elementary all the way up to high school. There were questions across the advocacy group about consistency in expectations for homework. Then the Island Park PAC, which I realize now, I think this was our last Island Park PAC meeting. They were really saying, I heard a lot of kids are really excited to get back to normal. One parent indicated that they're not sure about how they can mark their child's progress with the absence of state testing. And I didn't weigh in too much of that, but I think it's important to share with our parents that state testing really is about assessing the school district and the teachers and the schools, not so much about assessing your child's growth. And we typically don't get those state assessments back in a time that is relevant to take action within that school year. But maybe that's helpful as we talk about that with parents, state assessments versus assessments within our districts and schools and how each tool is used differently. The more localized the assessment, the more powerful it is as a tool. There was a consensus that folks talked about a need for an online option for quarantine cases. If that continues to be a part of reality of how students might be able to continue to stream in. And more questions about ways to assess social, emotional skills, mental health, and the soft skills that are being lost in those relationship buildings. And we were kind of talking about that in meeting virtually as opposed to in person. We as a team have lost some soft skills, and so it's going to be a rebuild. And then the last idea that came out of that, which I thought was pretty awesome, is the potential to recapture cross-grade level buddies, where you've got fifth graders with first graders and third graders with kindergartners, and maybe that could be created with high school and middle school, and especially for those grade levels that are moving up. Suggestion that that would be helpful to try to recreate some of those. And then the idea of one member brought up the tradition of an outgoing president leaving a letter for the incoming president in the desk drawer in the White House, and how, as our students are moving forward, that when they arrive to school in the fall, to have a letter left for them from the student who left that seat the year before, to let them know, hey, I know it's scary, this is changing, but you're gonna be okay, it gets better. It might be really powerful. So there's an example of where community members are providing input that is really meaningful. And then over the WASDA calls, networking calls, there hasn't been a ton. So it was interesting, report came out, this was from 2 weeks ago. More than 40% of school board directors stated that they're spending currently 25 to 30 hours a month on their work, which is not at all what people would typically expect. So yeah, your school board directors are doing a whole lot over the past year. And then from 2 weeks ago, the COVID networking call, $3.6 million was put into the state budget for lead remediation. So Mercer Island School District isn't dealing with the lead issue, but the law has changed. $3.6 million is not going to be enough to assess the needs of remediating lead in the schools. And so much of that money is actually going to go into a study to address the actual needs of school districts. So lead will continue to be a challenge for us. All right, that's all I got. Thank you.
I have some things. I attended a high school PAC meeting last week where Principal Kelly talked about graduation, which is June 10th at the Mercer Island High School Stadium. As of this point, the students will be able to have 2 guests. They're hoping it can be more, but that's what it is for right now. He also told us about the board, I believe, will be invited to attend. So mark that off on your calendar. I think it's June 10th, 5 o'clock or 5:30, 5 o'clock. Only reason it would get delayed.
5:30.
Oh, 5:30. Okay.
Yeah, 5:30, and I'll have updates in tomorrow's board report.
Great. Talked also about prom-ish. I don't know if they're officially calling it prom-ish. Paul, you can tell me. But there is a prom, and it is going to be at Newcastle Golf Course, and they will be doing it in pods and going for 30 minutes and then getting a dinner from there to go. One of the things when we were talking about vaccine incentives and what I've been hearing is that a lot of the prom groups have made it requirements for each other to be fully vaccinated in order to participate in their little group. So that's amazing. Great peer pressure, and encourage it to continue. There was also discussion of Morgan referenced it in the student representative report, but there has been concerns about the use of Wednesdays for testing, teachers not necessarily being understanding when there's 2 tests for different classes at the same time. The policy is now that the teachers are responsible. The student needs to notify the teacher that there's a conflict, and then the teachers are responsible for rescheduling or figuring out how the student is to do that. So that's on our teachers to do. Also, there is a requirement now that there has to be a class for an opportunity to answer questions between an assignment being posted on Skyward and the assignment being due. There's some issues with things being posted like Thursday or Friday afternoon and then it being due on Sunday. So that is a no-no. And we need to give our students an opportunity to meet with their teachers or have an opportunity for questions to be asked prior to assignments being due. So that seemed to, hopefully it will happen. Just want to express tremendous gratitude and recognize the hours of work that I know Dr. Rundle already recognized for the vaccine clinic to be happening, or a small district, and being able to provide 800 vaccines to our 12 through 15-year-olds is amazing. I know a lot have scrambled since Wednesday to do it, but having this, people have been thrilled that there's this opportunity that's close by and can take their kids to get vaccinated. Thank you. I already talked about that. I got change in the way we structure our board meetings. I do want to just challenge everyone. So these board reports, and I would like to see us maybe move the board reports to the top of the agenda so that they're more meaningful because we're exhausted. But I think they're one of the most important parts of our meeting where we are able to share, like we're assigned to these PACs and advisory committees for a reason. And it's to also update our fellow directors in terms of what's happening in the community. And I get that we're like completely have lost it for today. And we need to figure out a way that we can make this more meaningful because I like hearing what's going on personally. Tomorrow, Dr. Rundle, I assume Morgan and myself are participating in interviews for next year's junior student representative. So very excited about that. I don't know, Paul, do you participate in that? Or is that, yes, Paul too, Paul too. So excited about that. I think we have 5 interviews of students and then we'll choose a representative. I want the board to know that I reached out to the PTA Council president after I know that there was frustration that we didn't get through much of the questions the PTA wanted to ask during our linkage. And I did say, I'm like, we are happy to have another linkage, but I said, you contact me if you would like us to set that up because we would welcome it just based on what I know all the board directors said we would welcome it. I have unfortunately not heard anything. I know it's a crazy busy time of the year, but I would welcome that continued conversation that I know we all really found meaningful. Okay. Sorry. And then finally, just want to mention, I was able to attend the band event on Saturday, which, was billed as obviously the one performance the students had for the year, but also the dress rehearsal for graduation, and acknowledge the hundreds of hours of volunteers, the volunteers and our staff put it in to provide that experience for our students. They marched down from the school. They did a few songs performing on the field. They did a few songs performing on the track. They recognized the seniors. They announced the new drum majors for next year, announced the John Philip Sousa Award winner. It was very normal. It was awesome. As far as I know, it was fairly flawless in terms of they had 2 vaccinated sections and then several non-vaccinated sections. I think it probably needs to be reversed for this community because our vaccination levels are so gosh darn high. So people in the vaccinated sections needed to submit beforehand their proof of vaccination, so their vaccination cards, as well as the attestation. Everyone needed to do an attestation. And people got checked in and assigned to sections. And actually, I think people signed up for sections ahead of time. It was amazing. Kudos to Jen McClellan, who led the charge, along with some parent volunteers and our band directors. They really, really led the way this year in advocating for our students to return to the school. They've been marching on the field since January, and it's expanded and expanded, and really given us an amazing example of what can be done when we put students first. So thank you to all of them. And that is it. That's all I have. So we now have, we need to recess to executive session pursuant to RCW 4230-1101AG to discuss performance of a public employee. We will be in session for, I would say, 30 minutes or so. I know it's really late, but we have to at least begin discussing some things. We will no final action will be taken, and we will reconvene our open meeting for adjournment at 10:10. I prefer we just go straight into the executive session so we can be done. Is everyone okay with that? Okay, so students, you are dismissed. Go to sleep. It's past your bedtime, past our bedtime. Thank you guys very much. Look forward to celebrating the next month with you guys. So we are adjourning to executive session 9:39, and we will reconvene at 10:10 to adjourn.
Andrews, are you going to leave your computer open in this spot while they go to executive session?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you.
And Dr. Underl, are you joining us for?
I'll go over there to get everything set up and
Okay.
then turn it over to you.
Perfect, thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Who sent the email about that, Deborah?
I did. It should be a calendar invite,
Okay, let me see.
Director Din. I'll hang on here and make sure that you have it.
Thanks.
It should have also popped up in your calendar.
Okay. There's just so many meetings.
I know.
Regular. Okay, I got it.
You have it? Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. I will leave here, and Andrews, I'll make you the host.
Andrews, are you good? Because I can go.
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, awesome. Have a good one.
You too.
Hello, Andreves. Deborah is in the participants room, attendees.
Thank you, Andrews. It is 10:11. We concluded our executive session. No action was taken. Director Janine Upton made a motion to adjourn at 10:09. I seconded that, and it was voted in favor 5-0. Anything else we need to do?
I don't think so.
Okay. Thank you all.
Have a good night.
Bye.
And
Have a good.
Andreves, I couldn't do your job either. So you're doing a great job.
I thought that went without, like, that goes without saying, right? I mean.
Just want to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.